like try. It just look. I
It
work in gyms,
happens. There
right?
you go. See,
No, I'll be
that's
real with
the
you
real
guys. Look,
McCoy.
P game, right? I've been a trainer since I was 19. I worked in gyms.
So did
I've
I.
been around like model types, like big
You don't
booty.
got
That shit is regular to me. So
you don't
for
got
me, it's always around. I'm not gonna be like, oh, like
coach.
I need to,
I think I told you the story when that was. I remember when I got that job, the first job I got teaching boxing. I was like, it was like 90% women.
I mean, hey,
I mean, I don't.
I got
Like
blessed
he
with good
had his fill.
genetics,
That's what
man.
he's saying. He's satisfied,
I got
just
all
like
my
me.
hair. My hairline is good. I'm good here.
For now.
Motherfucker,
I'm
who
telling
gives
you,
a
bro.
shit, man? I'm
I,
I'm
Flex the
bald and I'm
hairline.
bad, motherfucker, man.
Bro, my grandfather got a hairline. He was 90 years old with the home attendant. Home attendant would show
Yeah, you know what?
home
Most of
attendant would
my,
yo, real quick, hold up, D boys.
yeah,
My grandfather, his home attendant was from Ecuador. She would flash him
yeah.
just because he had it. Like she would
Wow.
show it up
hmm
that fast.
Damn.
No, 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 no. Like my mom, her hair. I mean, and my brother, you need like five barbers to cut his hair. The only motherfucker that came
Five
out
barbers.
yeah, that's how thick that motherfucker's hairs
Let's
is,
jump
bro.
him. Let's jump his hairline.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's
Sleeping
freaking
crook.
crazy, man.
Yeah,
And
we
my
have
sister got that, that big wool tip, but straight hair. It's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm the
And
only one that
I
came
look
out.
25 too. I'm 37, but I look 25, so I'm not really
I think I saw one picture of you. I forgot. You put it in Discord.
Motherfucker,
yeah.
age is just a number, Cookie. Okay, let me tell you something, my brother. Age is just a number.
I don't think I look my age, but I ain't trying to toot my
Yeah,
own
Neither
horn.
do
CJ
But
I.
looks
motherfucker tell me.
yeah, CJ looks hella young.
TJ,
How about this? Oh, there we go. We got the audio. The mute button was on. Fucking A. We'll appreciate anybody who's tuned in so far. Okay, great. Fuck it. We're going to skip over Marco's boxing channel. Yeah, today I'm going to go over Turkey significance into the sport. Don't stream their stream. Okay. Might get taken down. Are you sure? Okay, we won't stream their stream. But before Turkey Ali she ever put on a boxing card, he was already running Saudi sports, football clubs, mega events, and cultural festivals, and blended sport and entertainment. Here's the context. By 2017, Turkey was chairman of Saudi Arabia's General Sport Authority. So we're going to put that down here, and this is going to be the first timestamp event. Yeah. Event, time period, percentage. What is this? All countries data, reporting API grouping. What's this? Event, time period. No, that would not. Well, I guess that would be. By 2017, Turkey was chairman of Saudi Arabia. Would that be? Let's see. There we go. And then, what are we going to call this? Chairman of Saudi Arabia's General Sport Authority. So, in 2017, chairman of Saudi Arabia Sports Authority. This was 2027. Cool. So we'll delete this time. Okay, by 2018, can you explain what you are doing? I am breaking down Turkey, the boxing promoter who was chairman of Saudi Arabia's General Sport in 2017. In 2018, he's overseeing Riyadh season, a multi-billion-dollar sport entertainment. Okay, maybe I should bring this in. Will this here? See if I can make the screen bigger there. Okay, so in 2018, boom. What is the new event? He was overseeing Riyadh season, a multi-billion-dollar entertainment project. In 2019, he owned a Spanish football club, UD Almeria. So when he eventually touched boxing, he wasn't learning on the job. He was applying a playbook. This tells you, okay. So in 2019, he owned a Spanish. I can title this. Wait, not new event. How do I make a title? Okay, I won't stress too much. In 2019, Spanish football club. Breaking down Turkey's Turkey Al-Ashi and his significance in the sport. We're going to go through his timeline in a very detailed fashion. We're going to put everything down on the timeline, including events, fights, announcements, partnerships, brand deals, purchases of the Ring magazine, all these sorts of things that Turkey has done since his introduction to boxing, which is not that long. See, in 2019, he's not even involved in the sport of boxing yet. I was fighting as an amateur in 2019. This was not that long ago, 6 years ago. He was not even involved in boxing yet. Okay, we can hear you. Rob the Barbarian, let's get it. Josue, hell yeah. The mic was muted. So let me see. Copy link, invite, comments. If y'all want to jump in and just kick it in the background, I'm going to put the link up. Okay, back to the timeline. So in 2019, he was not even involved in the sport yet. Okay, so what happens after 2019? So what happens after 2019? Bridging the gap here. Turkey buys the Spanish league, Segunda División Football Club. This gives him first-hand experience running the European sports organization, exposure to player contracts, agents, media rights, practice ownership. Okay. So he's involved with soccer at the time. And he's practicing operations. 2019 is when Turkey stops being just a Saudi sports official and becomes an international sports operator. Okay, so we move to 2019. Riyadh season becomes a blueprint. I'm going to add another event here. And the title of the event is going to be Riyadh season becomes the blueprint. Large-scale events, international talent flown in, centralized funding, global broadcast, event first, promoter second mindset. I think we're going to put some puzzle pieces together and to see what Turkey is doing actually in the sport of boxing and other sports in general. I think I'm going to tie in the partnerships that he has done with comedy festivals and comedy festivals. I think the golf live thing was out there. There was a tennis deal, if I'm not mistaken, but let's get back to the important thing here, the timeline. So in 2019, boxing was fragmented, promoters, protected territories, pay-per-view model still dominant. UFC and WWE were safer to test Saudi involvement. So instead of boxing, Saudi hosts the crown jewel. So crown jewel. So Saudi hosts WWE crown jewel, and he builds sports, combats credibility, watches boxing politics from the outside. In 2020, I think this is deserving here of a timeline, and we're going to put the example of, we're going to call this El Covis. Covis? No, we're going to put COVID so no one is mistaken. COVID threw everybody's plans off. I remember I moved back to my parents before COVID happened, and then all of a sudden, a bunch of my friends started moving back home. Okay, so 2020 was COVID in the description. COVID slows live sports globally. Saudi pivots to infrastructure, relationships, and long-term planning. Wow, okay, this is interesting stuff. Saudi. Why does Saudi want to be so involved in entertainment? Like they've been throwing on so many duds. Their events are not filled with fans. It feels awkward. It doesn't feel original. They have the money and yes, the boxer should be getting paid, but something feels off to me. And it doesn't feel organic. It does feel like someone's just putting the money together and they're scrapping to get the January 31st fight card with Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson, just like it's nothing. And that's the whole reason why I'm creating this timeline. And I'll probably do a multiple part series of what Turkey's end goal is here. Is he a savior of boxing? Is he a plant? Because less than 5 years, he's done so many big things into the sport already. So we're going to move on to how long does this last? 2020? No, not 2017. Year 2020. March of 2020. Still remember it like it was yesterday. And when did it officially last to? I'd say like 23, summertime. When did Saudi Arabia has 30-year plan, I believe, since their country's economy oil-based. Their king come up with a plan to diversify their economy. Saudi Arabia wants to become the sport entertainment capital. We understand that they want to become the sport entertainment capital, but it feels very forced. Absolutely, Josue. They want to, and they're throwing money like it's nothing, and I think that it just takes the authenticity out of sports and entertainment when it's just easily thrown money. Sometimes, like the events that are barely put together on a very low budget, asking of favors, those are passion college sports types of deals where you can feel that it's being promoted because they're scraping together every dollar. Turkey will put on a card like the January 31st card with Teofimo Lopez and Shakur Stevenson and announce the undercard 1 month before the fight's taking place with little promotion. He didn't even open up the press conference to the public setting. So people that actually pulled up to New York, like my boy CT, he just bought his tickets and he bounced. And why? Like, why Turkey? Why not be a better promoter? You're throwing money at this. We're getting dream matchups, but it feels authentic. Koki, if you want to jump on, my brother, or you just want to sit back and enjoy the timeline that I'm putting together, we're getting to know the exact details, the dates, partnerships, and fight announcements, fights, purchases of the ring, etc. We're going to go through the whole timeline of Turkey's involvement in the sport. There. Just shared the live with the Discord. Thank you. Hell yeah, Koki. You're my boy, bro. Sick. Okay. So in 2022, back to this timeline here. We're going to put the COVID timeline, text color. What should this be? Sticky icky ooey. Okay, and then in the year 2022, Saudi has proven it can host massive combat events. It can guarantee purses. It can deliver global broadcast. Boxing heavyweight division is stalled. Fans are frustrated with delays and politics. Perfect setup line. By 2022, boxing needs Saudi Arabia more than Saudi needs boxing. Okay. So what happens in 2021? In the year 21. Anybody have any COVID stories? Put them in the chat. Okay, so what happens in 2021? Saudi Arabia under Turkey al-Sheikh proves it can restart global live events post-COVID. In 2021, Riyadh season returns. So in 21, the WWE hosts the Crown Jewel in October of 2021. So we have to put that in here. Again, multi-billion-dollar becomes a blueprint. Okay. No, we got to talk about boxing here. So Fury versus Wilder 3 happens, but heavyweight division stays frozen. AJ versus Usyk happens in London, September 25th, excuse me. COVID boxing, I remember. No fans in the crowd, and the punches sounded crazy. I remember that. Devin Haney versus Lomachenko was a COVID fight that I'll remember. No undisputed fights materialize in 21. Fans are frustrated with delays in politics. This is exactly what's happening at the time of Turkey's introduction to the sport of boxing. And this is all making sense. And this is why I'm making the timeline together. Because in 2021, if you were to ask me, what would be best case scenario? You would say some rich Middle Eastern Saudi prince throw the bag at every single promoter so they can work together, and that's exactly what happened in real life. I mean, a miracle came true. A miracle came true, and we found a Saudi prince willing to throw stupid amounts of money at, copious amounts of money, they say, at these fighters who would never have earned a paycheck like $100 million in their lifetime. Alexander Usyk earned every bit of his $100 million against Tyson Fury. But if it wasn't for the Middle Eastern prince that came into the sport in 2021, none of this would have ever happened. And we're jotting down the timeline. So in 2021, there's no big fight, no undisputed fights. Behind the scenes, Saudi is deepening their broadcast relationships. Security firms, international sports executives are going over to Saudi. They observe boxing weak points. Exactly. How can they not see that that in 2019 boxing was slept on when you compare it to the fast and rising sport of I have you. Okay, WWE's fire at that point. Conor McGregor and Khabib, I believe, took place in 2016. The biggest, fastest sports entertainment thing, the UFC just sold for $4 billion. And you see that boxing needs help there. So why doesn't Turkey doesn't enter boxing in 21? Belts, leverage. Okay. Transition into 2022. Negotiation stall. Give me Turkey's first involvement in a boxing fight. So it's not until October 28th of 2023 that Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou would have anybody guessed at the first involvement in Turkey's first involvement in boxing is Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou, the ex-heavyweight champion, Francis Ngannou. Amazing. So we're going to call this Turkey al-Sheikh's first direct involvement in boxing, and that is Tyson Fury versus Francis Ngannou. I can't believe this took place. This was a black eye on Dana White's part, because Francis was supposed to disappear. And I'll go into I'll get into it a little bit. Boxing was supposed to disappear. Or, excuse me, Francis was supposed to disappear, but he ended up getting a super big bag, like $20 million plus, to fight Tyson Fury. Let's go back to the timeline. Okay. So Tyson Fury and Francis Ngannou take place on October 28. Before this, no Saudi-backed world championship boxing cards, no Turkey-led boxing matchup. So this is exactly Turkey's first involvement in the sport of boxing. Saudi Arabia via Riyadh season. Okay. So what happens next? What happens next? After October 28, 2023, fighters openly chase Saudi fights. Promoters stop blocking each other. Heavyweight undisputed becomes more realistic. Boxing's power center shifts. That's what Turkey's done. He shifted power in the sport of boxing. Absolutely. You have Frank Warren, friends with Eddie Hearn, doing the 5v5, the Golden Boy, doing deals with Al Heyman, Eddie Hearn, Frank Warren. That's what happens when money gets thrown. Okay. So what happens next? What happens next after Mo Brains? What's good, Mo Brains? Inoue reported 24 million last night. Good for him. He's deserved it. He's had so many championship bouts, right? So December 23rd of 23 is Day of Reckoning. I'm going to add that to the timeline here. Anthony Joshua versus Otto Wallin. That is... So he immediately got involved with Anthony Joshua from the beginning. Fight card was Anthony Joshua versus Otto Wallin, Deontay Wilder versus Joseph Parker. Why would you make them fight? Okay, this is it right here. This is where it fucking starts. You put two fighters that are supposed to be fighting each other, right? If Deontay Wilder beat Joseph Parker, he was set to fight Anthony Joshua. Am I right? Mo Brains, if you're in the chat, can anybody confirm? Is this the first futuristic matchup that shits the bed? This is why I'm creating the timeline here. What the fuck? Deontay Wilder versus Joseph Parker and Anthony Joshua on the same card. They both made the weight, you know? They both made the fucking weight, and it's a miracle that these motherfuckers show up and fight in the first place. Why fight different opponents? Turkey, you have the fucking money. Come out with the bang. This is 2023. Got to put the actual date. So January, December 23, day 23. This was the first fight that he had planned in advance and it shit the bed. It absolutely shit the bed because Deontay Wilder lost to Joseph Parker. Two former heavyweight champions, same night, same venue, Saudi-backed purses, no promoter walls. This card never happens in Vegas. Okay. So now we're moving on to the 2024 timeline. The more that I'm putting this timeline together, the crazier that it seems, because 2024 was just 2 years ago. In a couple days, it'll be 3 years ago, but that is such little time when it comes to being a promoter involved in the sport. It takes 10 years to establish yourself. What about Wilder fight? He shit the bed with Parker and then with saying they were trying to set up AJ versus Wilder. Yeah, they were trying to set him up. And I'm glad that I'm going through the timeline so we can see how many matchups that Turkey has set up and failed. Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, was one. But I'm glad that I found that. So that's the first one. All right. So what happens after that? March 8th, Anthony Joshua versus Francis Ngannou. Let's get the date. 8th of March, Francis Ngannou versus Anthony Joshua in Riyadh. All these fights taking place in Riyadh, man. I just remember I just watch these like at 1 p.m. California time. And then in the description, R.I.P. Francis, because he got knocked cold out. Saudi is fully controlling the heavyweight narrative at this point. They confirm confirms crossover wasn't a gimmick. It was strategy to gain views. That's sort of what a gimmick is. So in May 18th, 2024, you have Fury versus Usyk for the undisputed. And then I think this is when I start to become real interested in the sport. This is not long ago. I was gardening I was gardening when this fight took place. I stopped and watched it on my phone right outside. This was not long ago. In Riyadh. You can even tag locations, position, design. Okay. First undisputed heavyweight fight in the 4-belt era. Promoted jointly, which was unthinkable. Guaranteed purses. This fight doesn't happen without Fury versus Ngannou first. Mo Brains says Fury versus Usyk won probably the first successful Saudi super fight. So his promotion hasn't done that well. Well, we're putting it together, I don't think that they've broken even. I think they're in the red 100%. We'll find that out. Okay, so Fury versus Usyk for the undisputed title. Okay. After May of 2024, Fighters expect guarantees. Rematch clauses get honored. Promoters cooperate or get sidelined. So, who is the promoter that got sidelined if they're not cooperating? PBC? Because I can think of Gary Antoine Russell and other fighters that have been sort of shelved in the PBC. Okay. Saudi becomes boxing's problem solver. Saudi didn't take over boxing. Boxing asked Saudi to save it. PBC and Golden Boy. No, you sure? I think the 5v5 was a good concept. It was a good concept. And Eddie Hearn's face during the 5v5 when he lost those bouts is just gold. Josue says, Mo, I was going to say the same. Okay. So late 2024 to 2025, the expansion phase. Turkey's just getting into boxing. We have to realize that he's not even 10 years into the sport and he's making these deals. He's trying to get the amateur the USA boxing amateur circuit, broadcast it on his YouTube channel or being promoted. He's making waves. This is how you come out with a bang and take over the sport. Less than 10 years, less than 3 years at this point in the timeline, he's already making these super fights. Late 2024 expansion phase, got it. Right over that. Experiments with 5v5 tournaments. Let's go. Can you give me some dates? Can you give me some? Fights and dates. In October 12th, you have Arthur Betterby versus Dimitri Bivol. So that's very significant here in the timeline because that is an undisputed light heavyweight championship. I'm going to add that here. And October 12th. And then this is again in Riyadh season, undisputed light heavyweight championship, one of the most avoided fights in boxing. This fight doesn't happen if Turkey's not involved. No promoter is taking the risk and going to get 30,000 buys via pay-per-view. This fight doesn't happen in boxing. Can anybody argue? Arthur Beterbiev versus Dimitri Bivol. Yeah. Undisputed light heavyweight championship fight. It's cross-promoted. Saudi guarantees purses. In December 21 of 24, you have a Riyadh season mega card. The card includes Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua. Scheduled but collapses earlier. Okay. So I think that's significant. Okay. December. You have a card that falls through. Mo, if you're aware of this card that fell through, let me know. This is the first that I'm hearing of a card that Turkey was promoting that fell through. So we move over to 2025, which is here. Save that. Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia. February 22 of 25. Then fights announced. Okay, that's a Turkey card? No. They fought in 24. That was DAZN. Turkey got Golden Boy. Turkey got Golden Boy on board when he did the Latino night card. But Oscar didn't like that he partnered with Dana. Yeah, Oscar doesn't like that Turkey partnered with Dana White. Emojis are not supported. Okay. Such little amount of time Turkey's had it in the sport of boxing, and yet he's had such an impact. Is he a fraud? That's what we want to know. October 12th, 2024, Arthur Beterbiev, Anthony Joshua Wilder in 24. Okay. They announced Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia in 25. That's another significant. So I asked AI to include every single announcement that Turkey's had, major partnership, brand deals, etc. And I do remember that they announced this fight. I do remember that they announced on February 2nd, they announced Ryan Garcia versus Devin Haney. Where did they take that picture? They took a picture in Saudi and they had squashed the beef. Okay, now I remember correctly. Mo Brains. Yeah, the Haney Garcia one was Matchroom promoted card, not Turkey. That's right. But the second fight that they announced in February 22nd was because Devin Haney dropped the lawsuit, right? That was Ryan Garcia's stipulation. He was willing to negotiate with Devin Haney if they dropped the lawsuit. Devin Haney dropped the lawsuit. They announced the fight, but it never takes place. But you know what does take place in April of 25? Chris Eubanks Jr. versus Conor Benn. That fight takes place. Massive fight. What's going on, Alberto? We're going to go over Turkey's involvement in the sport of boxing via timeline, and we're going to be including every single fight announcement, fight partnership, and so on. And this pin in our timeline is April 26th. Chris Eubanks Jr. versus Conor Benn. Massive fight in the UK. That was this year. That fight almost brought me to tears. Like, that's what boxing's about. We need to watch that walkout. That was so good. May 2nd, Ryan Garcia versus Rolando Romero. Why did Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia 2 never take place? May 5th. So there was another card. Let's go. I mean, May 2nd. Who else was on that card with Ryan Garcia and Rolando Romero? Of course, Devin Haney and Jose Ramirez. So let's add the May 2nd card. February, March, May. May 2nd is when Turkey's future matchup shit the bed. Another one. Devin Haney was supposed to win. Ryan Garcia was supposed to win. And they were supposed to fight. Well, one did get the win. Tio versus Barboza. Yeah, Tio did show up, you know. And Barboza did show up as well. Barboza was game in that fight. This card was headlined by Ryan Garcia. Should it have been headlined by him? I mean, you got massive stars. Is he just kind of like the pretty face and that's who they slapped on the main event? And that was for a championship fight. The F-Files. Rob the Barbarian. Devin Haney versus Jose Ramirez. We're going to put all of these fights on the description. Okay, in June 1st of 2025, you have the 5v5. Let's add that one to the lineup. Who was on that 5v5 card? Anybody in the comments before AI can pull it up? Wow, what a massive card that is. And now they're turning and burning at this point. June 1st, March, April, June 1st of 25, 5v5. I was so happy to see Eddie Hearn's face at the end of this night. You know what? I like Eddie Hearn. I think he's a great promoter, but I like when he gets the shit end of the stick, when Chris Eubanks Jr. is making fun of him during the press conference. I mean, that's master troll level. He is master troll level. Junior is. And Frank Warren beat the living shit out of Eddie Hearn's fighters. And Frank Warren in the ring, he's trying to like not smile, but it's just creeping out of him. He's like, the smile is just coming out, and Eddie Hearns is fucked. But Eddie Hearns he's had a good run since, right? Eddie was sick to his stomach. He was. Warren knows how to build fighters. Okay. So the fights on the 5v5, I'm going to put him up right here. Put it up in the description. Li Zhang versus Deontay Wilder. When Wilder was doing 360s in the ring, that's comedy. Hrgovic versus Daniel Dubois. I got to put some respect on my boy Dubois' name, right? This is after losing to Alexander Usyk. Does he come back and beat the boogeyman? Prior to this, they were saying Filip Hrgovic was very well in line to become a heavyweight champion. Dubois in that fight bit down on his mouthpiece and fought Filip Hrgovic. Hamza Shiraz versus Austin Williams. That fight took place. Oh, right. That was Hamza's best fight on his record, and I remember. Raymond Ford versus Nick Ball. That was on the fight as well. And Craig Richards versus Willie Hitchison. Dimitri Bivol versus Malik. That was also on the card. Not part of the 5v5, but featured on the show. I had no idea. Is this correct, Mo Brains? Mo Brains is better than AI, boxing AI. Okay, and now July 12th, 2025. What do we have that day? Berlanga versus Hamza Shiraz. That was satisfying. Boxing is so satisfying sometimes. Shakur Stevenson versus William Zepeda on the fight. Alberto Puello versus Subriel Matias. David Morrell versus Imam. Okay, I'm going to put all these fights in the description. I should go back and adjust these dates as well. See what the chat is saying. Truck, what are your thoughts on Tio versus Shakur? My thoughts are I want Tio to win because I want him to close the gap against a taller, slicker fighter. I want a fighter to prove the betting line wrong. Like I want someone to be I like underdogs no matter what. And Tio's the 3-1 underdog right now. I see Shakur Wash incoming 10-2 Shakur. Yeah, a lot of people. I think Shakur can win and will probably win a 7-5. But I'm not going to be surprised if I see a draw. I'm going to bet the draw. I'm not trying to be racial or anything, but I love underdogs when they make the impossible happen. It just happens to be that Tio's Latino. Whatever happened to Brandon Lee? Yeah. Whatever happened to him? I know that he's had promotional issues, and he kind of seems to not care about being in the spotlight. You know, he's kind of like Boots, who's like, my career is going to go the way it wants. You didn't see Tio fight Jermaine Ortiz, or I did see those fights. Yeah, I did see those fights. I still want Tio. I want Tio to win. I have to acknowledge that Shakur is a hell of a fighter. He can probably go down as an undefeated fighter. And I give Shakur all of the credit. Him losing at the Olympics probably made him become such a good professional. Just like Mayweather losing the gold medal at the Olympics against a guy that we never heard again. Shakur Stevenson lost to Andy Cruz, if I'm not mistaken. I get Tio puts hands on Shakur. He ain't going to take it. He barely survived against Brendan Lee. Got his bachelor's. He's with Queensberry, oddly enough. Okay, back to this timeline. Yeah, this is a stacked card. Shakur Stevenson versus William Zepeda. Co-main. Now we look to September 13th of this year. What happens that day? Oh no. Free. Follow, like. YouTube channel. You know, I kind of want to watch the Berlanga and Hamza Shiraz, but I don't want to get this stream taken down. Alberto, you tell me why you think Shakur is going to wash Tio. You have to understand that these fighters are so comfortable with each other. They've been fighting in the amateurs since they were kids. They know each other because of the tournaments, the camaraderie between their coaches. It's not going to be a wash. I don't want it to be. Fuck. It's hard being a favorite of underdogs, because then you put yourself in the situation where you go up against a defensive master, but he lacks the other half, which is making you pay. At least that's my critique on Shakur. What do you guys say? Cruz, because Teo struggles with movers and slick fighters. I'm eating some chicken and rice. Shakur struggles with movers and slick fighters too. Who do you have, Mo? Yeah, in such a short amount of time. In such a short amount of time, you have Turkey make his impact in the sport of boxing. Is he an industry plant? Oh, by the way, I want to show everybody the how do I remove Shakur can't make a fight. De Los Santos made him look like shit. Yeah, I'm afraid that Teo's going to step in the ring and not perform the way that everyone thinks he is, as in be the aggressor. I'm afraid that Teo's going to be on the back foot and make it a De Los Santos fight. And because Teo is the champion and giving Shakur the shot, it's probably going to, it can maybe end up in a draw. Shakur struggles with power. I have Shakur, but only because Teo's an idiot and his father is a horrible coach. Yeah, but that's, you can say a lot. You can say that about a lot of fighter and trainer coaches. It really comes down to the fighter and confidence at that point, you know, if and how comfortable the fighter is going into fight weekend, being sharp as a blade, not being overtrained, cutting the weight correctly, practicing against southpaws, so your check hooks are just instinctual. You double up the right hand. Teo does double up on that right hand pretty well. Teo's fought a considerably a good amount of southpaws, five good ones the last time I checked his record. Shakur Stevenson is hard to hit. He is the least hit boxer in boxing. I think that's a fact. So this is the timeline that we have so far of Turki Alash's involvement in boxing. Now, if you zoom out, this is a cool little thing. Here. You never know which Teo you're going to get. That is the truth. You don't know what Teo you're going to get but he's competitive in every fight. You know, even the fights that he didn't look good against, he's competitive. When I want to share my perspective as a coach, as a fighter. When I study Tio, I'm looking at a much thinner, smaller, younger Tio when I'm watching him fight. Can you believe how young he was against Vasily Lomachenko? I'm going to let that simmer. He's so young and his body's not even mature. And he's cracking. He's punching hard enough to have fighters fight off of the back foot. Jermaine Ortiz did not fight Tio the way that he fought Lomachenko. Tio's so young and his body doesn't look mature to me. Now I'm watching Tio in the Barbosa fight and I'm like, whoa, his body's catching up to his fighting style. And I think that the power is only going to translate more. Honestly, that is my take. Anybody in the comments can, if you guys want to rebuke that, that's what my honest opinion is, that Tio is much younger and physically less mature 4 or 5 years ago when he fought Lomachenko and Kambosos. And in that Arnold Barbosa fight where Barbosa was game, Tio made him look very, very amateur. Josue says, I don't doubt Tio, not against Shakur. Take over. And it's going to be a great win if Tio gets it. Like, it's going to solidify him as a pound por pound. Pound por pound. Do you guys like Turkey Al-Sheet in the sport of boxing? My biggest issue with Turkey is that he is not making it feel authentic. He's kind of just throwing at the money at these cards and putting it together like if it doesn't mean anything, and it means everything to us. It means everything to me. And you can't just throw a card. You can't together a card with 1 month's notice and expect people to get hyped about it and talk about it. In 30 days, motherfucker, it's the holidays. We got the new year. I mean, kids are going back to school, and you have to promote this fight. Like, we'll forget that this is taking place. Keyshawn Davis versus Jermaine Ortiz. No press conference for as of yet, at least. You didn't open the press conference to the public in the first place. My boy, again, CT drove out there from Connecticut and then ended up at Madison Square Garden. Like, hello? They didn't open it up for the public. They had it at 10 in the morning. No hype. Turkey Al-She's having to call in. He's calling in during the press conference and be like, guys, why are we not as excited as we should be? I'm spending $50, $100 million, $1,000. Can you be a little bit more excited? Turkey didn't allow anybody in the fucking audience, guy. You didn't allow anybody to pull up. My boy CT was at the gate with his money in his hand. It means everything to us boxing nerds and purists. We want to go and watch the press conference. We want to hear what the bullshit. I told everybody. We want to know what whack old Teofimo Sr. is saying. You know, Junior with his smirk on his face. He's playing it cool. He hasn't put out any bit of social media. He's locked in. How can you not rock with Tio? He is locked in. I want to see the underdog win and prevail. I want them to prove us wrong. I want him to close the gap, to beat the invincible defensive mastermind that Shakur is, and that is him. I will give him his credit. If I were in a boxing match, I wouldn't mind boxing Shakur because a lot of the time you're not going to get hit hard. You're going to get he's going to make you, he's going to jab you a couple times and it's going to tickle, you know, but you're going to definitely walk out of that fight with no head trauma for a fact. no, I know he can crack. And you ever watch? No, what is this? Call me. Can't just throw money at these cards and expect us to expect good things to happen and call into the press conference and ask why we're not as hyped as your $500 million trillion should make us. I'm not into that anime. I'm kind of just obsessed with boxing and the UFC. Like a lot of my content that I consume is boxing, chess, real estate, construction, and art right now. Who is a boxer who kid gets bullied and becomes a good ass boxer? I know that these boxing anime things are pretty popular. Yeah, I just get frustrated. Keyshawn Davis versus Jermaine Ortiz. I'm glad that's a co-main event. I can't watch any of the Ring Magazine stuff because they're going to stream me. What is this called? I'll pull this up. Hajime no Ippo. Oh shit, it's a 3-hour movie? The entire
Turn into such a vicious monster.
But I'll leave this on the background. Is this anime based off of any boxer's real life story? Overall, I think Turkey is great for the sport because he is the savior that we needed in the sense that he's making these promoters work with each other. Now you have the 5v5, the Frank Warren and Eddie Hearns working with each other in the ring. It had never happened before. You get Alexander Usyk versus Tyson Fury. It's based off of Marco's life. Man, if anybody wants to call into the show, please come on. I need someone to talk to right now. If you're listening, we have a good amount of people in there. Rob, if you want to come on in, brother, join me for 2 seconds. Help me break it up. I need a little bit of a break. People, copy. Anybody's welcome to join the panel. Please come on board if you're listening. And just tell me what, if you come on, tell me what you think about Turkey. I don't even know what to say. That's fine. I'll blabber on. If you were to ask me in 2019, that this would be the case in Turkey. Like within the next 6 years, he promote massive fights. The first undisputed heavyweight championship in the four belt era. Amazing. Yeah, Mo, call in, brother. You were in San Francisco the other day and you didn't tap in. Turkey, is he overconfident or is he too humble in your guys' opinion? Call in, Josue, so we can break down how Bud lost to Canelo. That's my hero. My hero is my hero lost to Crawford. That's fine. But I want to stay on the subject of Turkey. How has Turkey's involvement in the sport of boxing affected you positively, negatively? Does the fight with Joseph Parker and Deontay Wilder and Anthony Joshua versus Otto Wallin being on the same night? They weighed in on the same night. Make them fight each other. Make them fight each other. It's a miracle that fighters fight in the first place. You haven't seen Tank since he lost against Lamont Roach and they gave him the draw. There we go. Mo in the building finally.
It was good, man. Am I coming in clear or am I choppy?
Clear as day.
Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, on the topic of Turkey, I think Turkey's a net positive, dude. Honestly, I might be in the minority on this, but I think I think a lot of the hullabaloo surrounding like Turkey and TKO boxing or Zuffa boxing or however they're calling it, I think a lot of it is just mostly alarmist. Like, I don't think that, oh, this is the end of boxing as we know it and they're gonna turn it into the UFC. It's like, dude, ever since every time that there's a new promoter on the scene that tries to do the same shit and like corner the market, monopolize the dates or monopolize the fighters or what have you, the same way how PBC did try it over and over again. You know, to me, it's just new boss, same as the old boss. Like, I don't think that Turkey's gonna buy up all the fighters' contracts or he's gonna swipe up Top Rank and Golden Boy and all this other shit. It's just gonna be another island. It's gonna be another across the street. It's gonna be another roadblock to creating making the fights that we all want to see.
What's your favorite Turkey fight so far?
I think my favorite Turkey fight so far was. I mean, I don't know if it was technically a Turkey fight, but I guess Eubank versus Ben, the first
Yeah.
one.
What made it so
I mean, it was
significant?
an excellent fight.
Why'd you like it so much?
I mean, I think it was just actually, I think it was probably the best promoted Turkey fight, even better than Canelo Crawford.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if it's just a cultural thing because there's so much crossover between the Brits and the Saudis, but it seemed like they were really able to tap into like the British consciousness, if that's maybe like going too far, but like that fight from my perspective seemed like that really tapped into something inside the culture, you know, of British people.
Yeah.
Whereas even though Canelo and Crawford for the sport was a big fight, that didn't seem to me like a cultural moment in American history. You know what I mean? Like like Ali Frazier was a cultural moment for American culture. You know, Thrill in Manila, the Rumble in the Jungle, those were like cultural moments it transcended the sport. I don't think boxing has really had one of those since maybe Manny
It's not on
Pacquiao.
NBC. It's not on ABC. It's not on. It's not in the mainstream. You know,
Yeah,
boxing has
like
a deep ties to America's pastime. Like here in San Francisco, there are streets named after famous boxers like Jim Corbett and O'Sullivan. Boxing in San Francisco Bay Area used to be held on floating barges on the water. In fact, like that's just um, rich history here in the West Coast, specifically the Wild Wild West, and we lost a lot of that. I mean, you see the photos of 60,000 people back in the day, and there's women, kids, like people next to the radio waiting to hear. Yeah, we have a rich pastime, but that's kind of gone away because I don't think it's mainstream enough. Um, Fast forward to 2019, you see Turkey make his move in 2019, his entry point, right when there was so much boxing politics going on, a lot of promoters not working with each other. He kind of fit perfectly. Actually, I wouldn't say perfectly. I think he acted accordingly. You know, the UFC was coming up. 2016, they had Conor McGregor versus Khabib, and then they after that they sold for $4 billion. Now it's valued at 20-some billion. So that purchase that Ari Emanuel and Endeavor did with the UFC of $4.4 billion has already been very profitable, because shortly after they partnered with the WWE and they formed the TKO ticker symbol and stock ticker symbol. And now they're valued at 20-some billion. Turkey saw the lack of fights being made, promoters not willing to work with each other. And he was like, I can be neutral grounds. I can throw the money at this and promoters will work with each other and I'll make the.
Yo, Mo, quick question. Where is TKO based out of? Or like what country or what like institution or like where is it from? Is it like a league or what is it?
Here, I'll answer that in just a sec.
My bad.
No, I'm looking it up. Actually,
Shit,
don't know.
I had to take a shot. I had to take a shot before I hop on, because to calm the stress from Clarissa. Probably about to be talking shit. Nah, I'm just fucking with you, Clarissa. I'm just fucking with you.
TKO's in New York City.
We just out here talking shit. Nothing's personal,
I swear. I'm gonna hook you up with some tickets when my fighter makes it to
salute,
his first world title.
Salute to Clarissa. Shout out to her.
For sure. Wait, what do you think about Turkey? Net positive or
shit?
Shit.
I think it's a net positive. I don't want to sound too like critic of him, but I feel like certain fights are fixed. But maybe I'm not even gonna talk about it. That's just my personal opinion. But I think overall he's pretty good for the sport. I think that he's made like fights. He made pretty good fights that like people wanted to see, and he's like making them happen. So, and I personally don't like it that he partnered with Dana White, like I said, because of the corruption history, and I feel like if they get involved, like it might become more corrupted. So that's my only opinion on it. But other than that, I think Turkey's pretty good. And plus, everybody be saying that his promotions they flop and all, but shit, I think it's fucking great because it fucking exposes motherfuckers.
You made a point that I wanted to touch on. What was it about?
Exposing Dana White.
Yes, Dana White. It doesn't feel organic when you're throwing all this money at it, and then all of a sudden you have Dana White from the Slap League, who was just promoting his own Slap League. He built the UFC up. He started his own Slap League shit that you don't even hear about anymore. And then all of a sudden he's wearing the Zuffa boxing brand t-shirt and he's promoting Canelo Crawford. When I say that, it means something to us purists, and that's so unorganic. Him being the promoter, having nothing to do with boxing, all of a sudden being the promoter. stepping away. The UFC held a card that same night, I think, in Mexico City. Mo, are you aware? Anyways,
I don't believe that car. I don't think it was in Mexico City. In fact, I think it was in San Antonio, and I think
right,
they
right,
put it there
but there was a card.
specifically to
There was a
stagger
card.
him. Yeah.
So you have Dana White watching the UFC through his phone at Crawford Canelo. I mean, that's like unorganic, and it, like I said, it just feels like he's throwing money at it and not caring. I think he could have done a better job picking a different promoter, less controversial as Dana White. And like not even in his field. Boxing, Dana White wanted to be a boxing promoter initially. You know, he's done a good job with
I'm gonna say something, but I don't think that Turkey needed Dana White, but I think that he partnered with him just so that so that the United States government and the United States media companies make it easier on Turkey to be able to come and pick up the sport. Because why would the American media industry or boxing industry, whatever you want to call it, why would they come and allow Saudi Arabia and Turkey to take over something that they own, which is the fucking basically they hold the crown on fucking sporting on boxing right now. But that's what I'm saying. So to make it easier for Turkey to be able to have access to this fucking corporate America, so they make it easier on him and they don't give him as much shit, as many problems to get in. Well, he partnered with Dana White.
Yeah, no, actually, you do make.
Dana White being the fucking sports head for corporate America, Sports Combat Corporate America, UFC. Got
Actually,
white American corporate power backing.
Yeah, you have a point. Dana White does have ties to like production. Like he's good at producing a good product, a viewer-friendly product. So I can see why, and I'm sure he has connections, etc. I can see why Turkey wants to skip a lot of steps and partner with Dana White. So you're saying that you don't like it, Josue?
I don't agree with it. Whether I like it or not depends on how it turns out for boxing as a sport.
I'm excited for 26 for year 2026. You have Shakur and Tio January 31st, and a good undercard. So far so good into the year of 2026.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the undercard to that fight is extremely underwhelming. I think it's low-key basura. I'm not a fan.
You're not a fan?
No, I'm not. No.
I mean,
who are the big names we have on there? Just what?
Keyshawn Davis, man, that's huge. He's a huge name.
Keyshawn, who hasn't fought in a year, almost to the day, he hasn't fought in a year. And the last time he was supposed to fight, he missed weight, and it was this big fucking shit show. And then Jermaine Ortiz himself is not exactly a fan-friendly fighter. Now, I respect his skill, and I think it's beautiful watching a boxer who can, move in that very classical kind of style that he does, but it's not a very fan-friendly style. You know what I mean?
I'm looking forward to the co-main just as much as the main. Clarissa asked, "Will we get Boots versus Ortiz in 26?" No.
Doubtful.
No. Highly doubtful.
Yeah,
do you think we get that
say
fight?
I'm 99% sure that doesn't happen.
Shit, I think I seen a post about it today that I think is confirmed.
Oh,
well, no,
shit.
I didn't see a post about it. I'm not even gonna say that. Let me take that shit back. I seen a video, whatever recommendation that said something about that was talking about it.
Okay.
But yeah, but that's all I saw. I didn't even click on the video, but I might see it later, from like one of the boys. But yeah, but that's what I saw. But I don't know. It might happen. Shit, I hope so. That'll be a good fight.
I'm highly doubtful this happens because I think
Well, there's my bad. Before you even speak, my bad. So there's a reason why people are saying that they don't want it to happen. That's why when I came in at the beginning, like when you were starting the chat, I told you I was like, oh, that Golden Boy was, I think, negotiating with the Zone because the reason why, like, I forgot if I heard this in another like English speaking channel or if I was in like one of those like Mexican boxing Spanish speaking channels. But I heard something. I'm like, I might even be wrong. Dog. I might have fucking misunderstood. I'm not sure, but I think this is what I heard. I think that they were saying that what the fuck were they saying? Um, that I think that Oscar de la Hoya didn't like that he was that Turkey partnered with Dana White, so I think they were trying to get a new contract with like the Zone so they could do the streaming for like Golden Boy and the other like and the other what do they call them, promotion companies, instead of having to give, so that way the current promotion companies don't have to go with Turkey Al Rashid. They're giving them the option of just going back to being streamed on the Zone. So I think that's what I heard, something like that. But I might be wrong. I might have misheard. I might have misunderstood.
Rayo just signed with TKO today, right? Like that's some news that came out.
Yes, him and a slew of other contenders and you know, I would say B class fighters. I mean, I don't know. I'm not very impressed with the people that they're signing on. Really, like who's the best names that I saw were Vito Milanecki and Ryan Valenzuela. Now they're good fighters. They're just not exactly elite.
Oh shit, my
fighters,
bad,
in
dog.
my
And I didn't
opinion.
even get to make my point. My bad, Mo. My bad to cut you out, dog. My
No,
bad.
you good,
My
man.
fucking.
Go
I'm
ahead,
faded.
bro.
I'm faded, dog. My
Let's
bad, dog. I
go,
didn't even
bro.
make my
Let's
point.
go.
The reason why I brought that shit up was because I think they were delaying the Ortiz versus Boots fight because that way Golden Boy had a like something to negotiate with when they signed the contract with the Zone. So I think that's what they had said, something about like the fight being prolonged. But I hope that the fight gets made, dog.
Well, there you go. So De La Hoya got fucking DAZN by the balls. We're like, hey, if you want this big ass fight, you better give us a fucking good contract.
Okay, I'm reading. I have up on the screen the fighters that Zuffa Boxing has signed. Jose Venezuela, former WBA. I mean, he held on to that belt for 2 days before fucking Gary came and snagged it from him. How quick was that quick was that turnaround fight? Excuse me. That was fast.
Yeah, that was nasty. PBC did him dirty for splitting with Jose Ramirez Sr. He told Jose Ramirez Sr. to go fuck himself, and Al was like,
Dude.
nope. You gotta be a loyal soldier over there to get the treats, bro.
Swag.
No, I'm drinking Jose Cuervo actually, dog. I'm taking shots.
That's what's up. No, so we have.
I had to because I was like, if anybody want to criticize me right now, I'm gonna have to like, be chill, relax, because I can't be acting aggressive, So I gotta lay back and be chill.
That's what's up. Jose Venezuela. That fight against Pitbull, Lamont tried to do the same, but he couldn't. Yeah, when I rewatched the Rayo fight versus Pitbull, Rayo was this just centimeters away from getting caught with that hook a lot of times.
That was the fight of his life. He has never and will never look that good again. That was very impressive. I mean,
exactly
hey,
what I'm saying. He's just
that made his
back
career.
like he's Spider-Man. He's letting the punch just, and that happened multiple times every single round where those massive hooks would come in. The ones that were hitting Lamont Roach were missing Rayo.
Oh, that's the Robert Garcia touch, bro. He made that kid a world champion. Let's be real with ourselves.
Okay, so he fought with Robert in that fight, and then he went
Correct.
back to.
No, he left. So before that fight, he left Jose Ramirez or Jose Benavidez Sr., if I remember correctly. I'm like, bro, look. The proof is in the pudding.
Why did he leave him? I mean, I don't think
there's been a lot of speculation.
What have you heard?
If I were a betting man, I would say it seems to me that Jose Benavidez Sr. is very loyal to the PVC project and all of their compatriots like Samson Lukowitz, and it seems to me that Jose Benavidez Sr. is very willing and able to sacrifice what's best for his fighters to the good of the PVC project. You know what I mean? So
Okay, so I have a Reddit post pulled up here, and it says someone commented saying that his old management took 1/3 of his purse, not to mention the other costs that get taken out. His take home pay was really bad. So was that a reason why he left?
I mean, it's probably a bunch of reasons, dude. I mean, there's a reason why uh now why all of a sudden David Benavidez is all of a sudden, now that PBC's a sinking ship, he's all the way, fighting with Riyadh. So I don't know. It could be, I'm sure it's like a composite of a bunch of reasons, but I'm sure that management shit's one of it, bro. I mean, hey, what does it tell you? And you look at that turnaround, that's insane, bro. This guy
Yeah.
fights, he's in the fight of his fucking life with Pitbull, the crowning achievement of his entire career, and they immediately turn around and feed him to Gary Antoine Russell. That's insane. Like, you don't even get a voluntary, bro. Like, come on. That's just, I don't know. That's not how things are done historically. You know what I mean?
Right. Like don't what's his name? A modern day example. He's the boxer 154.
Who Boots? Yeah, he
No.
gets a fucking
No, no,
an
no, no,
IBO
no, no.
champ. You know what I mean?
I mean, he's a good example too, but he just won a title and he's fighting a boss.
Oh, Xander Zayas.
Xander. Like usually a boxer does that. They'll pull a move like that after they win a world title. They'll fight in a boss in their hometown.
Wait, hey, what weight division is that? 147?
54.
154? Okay. So that's where Virgil's at right now, right? Well, yeah, right. Where Boots and Virgil at?
Yeah.
For sure. 157, right? 157. Yeah. 154, my bad.
Yeah, 154. I think Boots is going to go up to finish his career at 1.6 or 1.68.
Oh, I doubt he'll go to 168. He's not one of those guys, bro. I'm sure he'll kill himself to stay at 160. He's just not an all. Well, nothing about him or his career or his skills tell me all-time great. See, if he was an all-time great, he would go to 168 and thug it out and like use his guile and his skills to try to fight those huge guys. Boots. But he's just not that dude.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Virgil for a second.
Yeah, I mean, he's just not that kind of guy, which is fine. That's fine. He to me looks like a 160 kind of guy. I mean, he's like 28 years old. I don't think he's got that much career left in him, quite frankly.
No, I think Boots is actually he's really fucking good. I don't know why he's not taking fights more regularly. He's fucking his career over. I mean, Boo Boo Andre, I think he fucked his career over by not taking fights. You lose the prime of your boxing career if you're not taking fights and being active. Inoue just fighting 4 times in a year. Is he the fighter of the year? Absolutely. Crawford's win against Canelo is very, very good. It's amazing. But fighting 4 times in 1 year, in 1 calendar year is the fighter of the year in today's age, especially because nobody's fighting. Everybody's just fighting once every year and a half now.
Well, I mean, Crawford's, but I mean, specifically, he pretty much only fights like 1 or 2 times a year. Like, Jesus Christ, I think it's been 5 years since he actually fought twice a year or something ridiculous like that. Like, no, if it would, it's hilarious the way the trends have changed. If this was 50 years ago, without question. I mean, they would make Inoue fighter of the decade if this was 50 years ago. Like, are you kidding me? It's crazy. He's literally taking top contenders and just marching through these guys like nothing.
Okay, so August 4th of 24, Ryo beats Pitbull, and then he's set to fight Gary Antoine Russell on March of 25. So within the calendar, okay. So 7 months apart. That's pretty quick. When Turkey leaves boxing, Zuffa will die out too. I appreciate the U.S. promoters. Just reading some Reddit comments here. Arroyo's a solid signing at 140 pounds, especially. That division's hot. There, any fight that you make at that weight class is good with any of those top guys. You put them in their hat in a bucket, and whatever two you pull out is a great fight.
That's true. The trouble is actually getting them in the ring. I mean,
Fuck,
these PBC guys like Gary Antoine Russell, they keep all that shit in house. Number one. Number two, look at Hitchens, man. I mean, he turned down the Jermaine Ortiz fight, literally just in a month away. So, I mean, does he really want the smoke, or is he just holding out for a bigger payday? And Matias, that poor bastard, he can't get a fight to save his life.
Man, that's why I get so upset when Turkey has these fighters on the same card, because it's like it's a miracle that they fight in the first place, right? Fucking this weekend was a perfect example. Junto and anyway, I think they would have fought like their fight 6 months from now would be the same as it if it were last night. A lot of the hype kind of goes away. I mean, in Japan, that fight's still going to sell out 100,000, 200,000 seats. And that's amazing.
Wait, what was the question again?
Yeah. I mean,
okay, not the question here, but I have this theme of today's live that like Turkey, he kind of he fucks up. I don't know if he's doing a good job as a promoter, like putting fighters on the same card but not fighting each other. Anthony Joshua and Wilder, Devin Haney and Ryan Garcia, Junto.
Shit. You know what? People might criticize it right now, but I think that I actually like it, and maybe they're doing a bad job at it. But once they get the hang of it, I think that'll be better. And like I said, look, my opinion about Turkey is mixed. Like if it's good for the sport, I'm all in for it. And then so. Like I feel like okay, well, like I don't mind having 2 main events on the same card. Why wouldn't you, as a boxing fan? The fuck? Why wouldn't you? You want to put these guys to competition? Why are you feeling bad for these guys? Are you a fucking fighter fangirl, or are you a boxing fan? Don't you want to fucking watch boxing?
I mean, I think the issue it really is it's the fighters that are demanding these multiple fight contracts, right? Where they are demanding, okay, if you want me to get in the ring and fight, better be if you got to guarantee me 2 paychecks, you know what I mean? You got to guarantee me a trilogy. You got to guarantee me the fight and then the rematch. Or you got to guarantee me a tune-up, and then like look at this whole thing with Boots. This kid was asking, like they were asking Turkey for 2 tune-ups and then the Virgil Ortiz
I
fight.
agree with you. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Look, I totally agree with you, Dot. You made your point. I totally agree with you. That's why I said they're gonna get better at that. Once they get better, it'll be better. But for now, like I like it personally. I like it. I feel like I said, I have my mixed opinions about it, but as I'm seeing it right now, they're trying to do something and it's trial and error because it hasn't been done before. But as far as maybe they have the vision, but they're not implementing it right properly right now. You got to give them time. You got to let them, like learn. So like I said, like my opinion is mixed. You like whatever's good for boxing, then I'm all in for it.
I mean, let's be real. The course of events would go the same way. The only difference would be that the 2 fighters in the super fight would just be fighting on their own cards with their own promotions. You know what I mean? Like the Better BF and Bevo fight. You know what I mean? Bevo would have gotten his own tune-up with Top Rank, and better be able to gotten his own tune-up with Matchroom or what have you. Or the only difference is with Turkey, he can afford to put them both on the same card. So in effect, to me, it's just the same old shit. I think the issue fans have is if if someone spoils it,
but if
like
Turkey
with
got the
the Ryan
money
Garcia.
to build a new system, well, like you see what I'm saying, like give them. You don't gotta give them $20 million paychecks. Give them what, 2-3 million certified, like not certified, but like guaranteed, at least. You see what I'm saying? So that it's worth it for the fighter. So you're like, okay, he's not getting 20 million for a fight, but at least he's making 3-4. Make it more constant. But like I said, like look, Turkey got the money to try and experiment and back it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I have Usyk and Dubois pulled up here on the big screen. I want to talk about this knockout. I'm not wrong when I think Usyk is the best fighter that I am witnessing in real life, like my generation. Massive knockout. A lot of Dubois' momentum is going into that left hook. So Dubois throws his right brick, swings right hard, like you should against a southpaw. Actually, that's the correct punch that you want to throw. Is the same punch that Usyk is throwing, a hook. But Usyk is just centimeters away. And it rolls off of his shoulder, and then Dubois' momentum comes into Usyk's left hook. Rolls off of the shoulder. It's like target practice and flush.
Yeah, that's all-time great shit right there.
Dude. And not only that, like doing the rematches, being active for a heavyweight, right? Heavyweights don't fight that often. Fuck. For a while, it seems like we were getting a lot of heavyweight action. Like,
well, on the topic of Turkey, let's be real with ourselves. He kind of just breathed life into the heavyweight division. I mean, look at all these Moses Atama fights, this fucking Parker fight, Wardley fight, the Wilder. He took Wilder to Saudi Arabia. He's probably, I'm sure he's going to be a part of that Usyk Wilder fight wherever it happens. I'm sure it's going to be in Vegas. I mean, and look, the only reason we have an undisputed heavyweight champion or had one is literally because of Turkey. Fury was never going to fight that dude.
Yeah. I'm glad that I put the timeline together, even though I didn't think it saved. I spent a lot of time on that shit. I'm going to have to look. I tried making an account because I do want to kind of go over a lot of the his significance in the sport. I am trying to figure out what he's trying to do and sort of the mistakes that he's doing. Like putting fighters on the same card I don't like that at all. I'd rather have better matchups or don't put them on the same card at all, because then you're jinxing shit. More often than not, it doesn't turn out the way you want. This weekend, a lot of the hype.
Look, like this one. Look, let's say that, like for example, they set it up whether a league or a tournament, whichever one you want. Like you pay them for 5 fights. In 5 fights, they either they make it to the next round or they get disqualified, but they get paid for 5 fights every fucking year. And if you made it quarterfinals, whatever the fuck, you get paid extra per fight. Since you already made it to the finals, then you should deserve to get a pay cut of the fucking selling revenue and all that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm talking about them being on the same card.
Man, I love boxing. I love boxing as a sport, but you gotta understand the fucking business of it. And I have nothing to do with boxing business, but it's, to me, that's I fucking see it. I just see it.
I think really what it boils down to is simply just the amount of events and dates that they're able to put together in a year. So, like if they were able to have Nakatani on a November card and then in a way on a December card, and they kind of staggered them in a way, you know what I mean? Then if there is an upset, then you have time to like, okay, now he can get a tune-up or something, and then you can still preserve the matches in the future. But it's simply just a matter of like, there's only so many dates that they have to put on these big Saudi events in their little Riyadh season thing over there. You know what I mean? Like they can't just fucking, they can't just put it on wherever, whenever.
The thing about boxing compared to every other sport.
Can I ask you
the thing about boxing? My bad. Hold on. Let me make this statement. The thing about boxing compared to every other sport is that boxing hasn't been formalized. Every other fucking sport has a league, has a fucking rules, it has a yearly calendar. Boxing hasn't been formalized as a fucking sport. That's why we have all these fucking issues.
Yeah, the power is everywhere, right? Like with promoters and the network deals. Like I don't know the boxing business side, but I do know that it's hella complicated, and I know that a lot of people have to be Frank Bay. Oh, let's go! I'm trying to come on.
What's up?
What's going on,
Frank Bay? Y'all cooking?
Hell yeah! Thanks for tuning in.
Yep.
What do you think about Turkey and his involvement in the sport?
Man, Turkey don't know shit about boxing. Like, really, what does he know?
Damn, it's good perspective.
No, I mean, I'm just being funny, but no, I mean, what does he know? I don't think he knows anything about boxing like we're talking about.
Can I ask you a question? Do you think he's a fan? Like number one?
I mean, I think he's a fan, but not like. I think he just kind of falls into like maybe he grew up and he's seen highlights of Sugar Ray Leonard and because he's a foreigner, right? So he grew up with Michael Jordan and Mike Tyson. So he looks at Crawford as those type of guys, and Canelo's just a foreigner. Canelo's just a Mexican to him. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I disagree entirely, dude. I'm gonna be real, not to shit on Crawford, but anybody who would say that Bud Crawford is their favorite fighter, to me, they gotta be like a fan of like a hardcore, because nobody knows who the fuck Crawford. Like,
no, I'm saying no. I'm trying to paint a picture of Turkey. He asked me about Turkey. Do I think he's a fan? And I'm trying to say I don't think he grew up a fan. Do you see what I'm saying? Like how like a foreigner would look at American sports.
Oh no, okay. I'm sure, but
we're criticizing fucking Turkey by your lens. You think Turkey gives a fuck about sports? Man, this is a rich guy with money with a lot more fucking. Like, man, this guy don't give a this to him is insignificant. Dog. You think he cares about Canelo or any of these motherfuckers? He was assigned to meet a goal by a certain date by his king. His cousin, whatever the fuck family business they got. They don't give a fuck about the fighter or about this. They have a business going on. Like it's not about what does he know? It's about what is he bringing? What is he bringing? Fucking money to make shit possible.
Fun truck. When did you hear about this guy, Turkey Al-Sheikh? When did you first hear about him?
I put a timeline together earlier in the live. And I first heard of him 2023 when he fought Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury. That was Turkey's introduction to boxing. That's when we all found out about Turkey.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess he was in the picture, but when I first heard of this guy, it was an article in I want to say the New York Post or something, but he was already talking about this league thing. And I said he was gonna have a rude awakening about how boxing works. Like boxing doesn't work just throwing money at it. Because remember, one of his first introductions was with Tank Davis, and that's when Tank Davis made a statement, "Give me 2 Ferraris." Do you remember that?
He said, "I'm gonna give you money. You can buy your own, right?"
He said, "I'll send you some boxing gloves."
Okay. He's kind of funny.
Who? Stank Davis.
Turkey.
Oh, Turkey. Yeah, he's a rich kid with money. I mean, I don't
think it's his money, but he's sort of the brand. I think they
Nah,
need to put a
Turkey is not a rich kid with money, dog. Turkey's representing a corporation, in other words. Turkey's not like J. Paul that he's doing. Like, I respect J. Paul because he's actually doing it and making money out of it. But Turkey ain't like no Jake Paul. Turkey's actually a man that is representing a corporation in fucking quotations, meaning in a country, in other words, the wealth fund of a fucking country. He ain't no fucking teenager or kid, rich kid doing what he wants. He's a man who has been assigned to the fucking, what was the fun truck? The sporting, whatever the fuck, for Saudi Arabia, whatever.
Yeah.
He's a man on a mission with goals, and he has to meet deadlines.
Yeah. Frank.
He ain't no fucking rich kid with money out here. He's a man on a mission, homie.
Net positive or negative
for boxing?
Yes.
Right now or going forward?
Both. Answer me both.
Now it's been okay. I wouldn't say it's spectacular because he did the whole promising no more pay-per-views, and now he changes his word. So it has to be there's no a zero, neither good nor bad.
Okay.
And going forward, go ahead.
Shifting the power structure, promoters working with each other, like that has been such a blessing, man, because like I said, Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn in the same ring together doing the 5v5, promoters breaking bread. Like that's what you want to see. That's how you unify boxing. You have the powers all spread out, man. It's like so difficult. And I don't even like getting into it because it just kind of stresses me out. Like it's annoying because I love the UFC. UFC, every champion is undisputed. And when I became a fan of boxing, like knowing all these different belts, and it's kind of confusing. So in a sense, I do like that Turkey's shifted the power structure.
To what, a league? You would like a league?
Just in general, like you're not going to, when you have these ballers in boxing that have a grip on the sport, it's hard for them to let go of power. Sometimes they don't want to work deals out with you because you can get an advantage as well. So Turkey is kind of bypassing that thought process with all of these promoters and networks and etc. He's kind of like he's not unifying it to a league, but he's kind of making it to he's throwing this money enough for people are.
But it is a league. That's the ultimate agenda.
It's going to be a portion of boxing. I don't think it's going to be it entirely.
I think does it make a difference? Or I'm not sure who you are, but does it make a difference if it's a league or of a tournament?
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
Well, it makes all the difference. You need a champion.
That's why they want to make their own belt.
But it makes no difference whether it's a league or a tournament, because technically that's what the belts are. The belts are tournaments. We already got tournaments in place.
What belts are tournaments?
Look, at the end of the day, I don't think it makes
the rankings, right?
It's not like a tournament.
But the ranking, that's what it is.
No, it's not. You pay for the rankings.
If you're a professional boxer, I would imagine it's within your fucking priority to get in the rankings so that you can make more fucking money, right?
It's half money, half politics.
It works
like a tournament.
Well, ideally, it would be, but then
okay, but it's
politics,
not. The rankings are political and money.
But ideally, in paper, they do work like a tournament. Whether there's politics behind it, yes, I do agree with you with that. That's another fucking point.
Okay.
So
anyway,
what difference does it fucking make? What difference does it make?
I just explained it to you.
It makes no difference because at the end of the day, I compare it to baseball or basketball or soccer. They have a league every fucking team. Boxing is an individual sport. You don't have a team. You play by yourself. You got to play how many matches? Are you going to make it to the fucking quarterfinals? Are you going to beat the fool at the end? That's how it should work. But instead, we got motherfuckers fighting once, twice a year. You as a boxing fan is okay with that?
I want to see, I just want to see the fights, but a league would make a big difference. Having one recognized league.
Yeah, I'm going to be the optimist in the situation and kind of thank Turkey for being sort of a savior-like figure in boxing when it needed it most. I became a fan in 2016. When was Austin Trout and Canelo? 2016?
I want to say 14. I might be wrong. No, he fought Canelo. Yeah, shit, you're probably more right. It might have been 16.
And maybe, I think that's Austin Trout versus Canelo date. I went over to my neighbor's and I watched a fight and I fell in love. I mean, like, how can you not if you're Latino? It's just so hard not to, man. Like, it's in your blood, and you see Canelo, but that fight, he didn't even look good. He didn't even look good in that fight. I'll tell you, be honest. I remember watching the fight. I thought he lost.
You thought he lost to? They say he lost a lot, but not Austin Trout. I don't remember that being controversial.
Score 118, 109, 116, 111, 115. Okay, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, well, Trout was. I mean, he's kind of tricky. He's not really overly tricky. It was 2013.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was close. 2014.
You're closer. So
go ahead.
My neighbors and I became a Canelo fan. It's just like with the UFC, I don't care where you're from, I'll pick. But when whoever, but in boxing, like I always ride with the Latinos. It's just kind of, I don't know if anybody else is like that.
No, that's pretty much the biggest fan base in boxing. It's the last fan base. The only people that purchase pay-per-views is Canelo's fan base.
Yeah, I want to talk about that, man, because I remember talking to my parents about it. And they're like, oh, yeah, we know him through the interviews that he's been doing with, like, yada, yada, yada. So I was relating to my parents. And yes, he is, like, the last household name, or, I mean, like, pay-per-view king.
He's literally the last ticket seller. Because these guys, these American cucks and media, and even these channels that you visit, they try to tell you Stang is the face, Shakur's gonna be a face, Bud Crawford. They're not faces. They don't sell tickets. Nobody buy their shit. I don't know how they let people fool the YouTube community or Twitter community and tell you these guys are faces of boxing, but they're not. Their fan base doesn't support them.
Hey,
not like Canelo.
Nobody makes them do it, bro. They're just wish casting. It's like if you say the lie long enough, people will believe it's true.
Yeah, but you guys go on these panels and talk with these guys, and they go, "Man, he the face, man. You know what it is? You just bullshit Canelo Galas, and he ain't shit." It's like, bro, you're completely missing the point. They're not faces of boxing.
Would you say Tank is?
No, he's not. You have to sell a million. Well, you have to sell it consistently over like 650,000, right? Because it's changed. He sold 1 million or close to 1 million with Ryan Garcia. But again, who do he have as his B-side? A Latino, a Mexican, Ryan Garcia.
Mm-hmm. And not only that, what did he do after? He went and fought.
Nothing. That's the point. Exactly.
He probably could have. He definitely could have. Actually, look. If he'd went out there afterwards, after the Ryan Garcia fight, and he'd have fought Shakur and fucking chinned Shakur in the 8th round, he probably would be the whatever.
Dude, those guys, they're never gonna fight each other. Their fan bases don't support the sport. They don't. Look, that's why they don't face each other. They do the metrics, they do the analytics, they know who sells and who doesn't, and it's just not cost effective for
Shakur and Haney have no real fan base other than what they promote on these YouTube streets. They got no real fan base. Ain't nobody excited to watch them fight. They just what the fucking YouTube makes them.
Yeah, but Barbarian said, he said faces of boxing usually have a country. So Canelo has Mexico, Manny Pacquiao had the Philippines, the Puerto Ricans have Puerto Rico, Trinidad, Kodo, Ricky Hatton had the UK. So ideally that's who you want to build and face.
Absolutely, you need a country behind you. I mean, without a country, like, you have Usyk. Like Usyk's from the Ukraine, and he's like the best fighter that I'm witnessing in real life. And um, yeah, he's not selling a bunch of tickets, nor are a lot of people traveling.
Oh, for Usyk, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
he made his money though. He made his money,
Oh,
but yeah,
hell
no,
yeah, yeah.
nobody's no, well, like AJ and Tyson Fury, that they'll always make money because they have their fan base. They sell tickets and they sell pay-per-views where they're from.
I mean, I get what you're saying, Funtrick, but Usyk might be kind of a bad example because I mean, for the longest time, he was kind of the road warrior, right? He was the dude going into motherfuckers' backyards, and you know what I'm saying. He show up and he leave with your belt. Like he did the same shit to AJ. He did it to Fury. Like I mean, he did it to Dubois. I mean, I was there in Britain, in London, for the Dubois Usyk rematch, and every Brit I talked to about the fight, it was the same shit. They were rooting for Dubois, but they were like, just like you said, they're like, but man, Usyk's just, I mean, he's an all-time great. It's like he's probably gonna win. You know, I'm gonna root for Dubois, but you
I'm gonna
gotta
give
give
you.
it to Usyk. He's a great fighter.
I'm gonna give you a name, an interesting name, but he's a seller, and the Americans are gonna hate on him. But Conor Ben's gonna get a bigger fight before Devin Haney.
Yeah, Conor Ben's a good example of like good promoting. When Mo came on, he said that his best Turkey card is Chris Eubanks Jr. versus Conor Ben. I agree with him. That fight was special. The build up to it was amazing. Junior Eubanks Jr. making fun of Eddie Hearn in the press conference, shutting him down when Eddie Hearn is like the most talkative motherfucker ever, and Junior made it look so easy. He was just a pro, so calm with his words, and never got frustrated. And you can you see Hearn visibly frustrated to the point where he shut up because he couldn't do anything. You know, so he beat him in the press conference. He slapped an egg across his face. There is the beef between their fathers. Eubanks Jr. and his dad, they reunite right before the fight happens. I mean, before the walkout, and it's just amazing, man. It's theater, um, real life theater. Then the fight turns out to be pretty good. I was a little afraid, like heading into the third and fourth round, because Conor Ben was landing some punches, but then you kind of just see systematically, Junior break Eubanks Jr. break Conor Ben down, and again in that 12th round, he what is it called when you get in the inside and you throw a bunch of uppercuts? Shoe shined. Like when do you see a shoe shining like that in the 12th round? Like I love that. And not only in the 12th round, at the end of the 11th round, he had Conor Ben against the ropes and he was shoe shining him.
Yeah, man, Connor's more of a face than a Haney or Shakira.
Shakira.
Yeah, Shakira Twitters, man. But I mean, that guy he's gonna pack 90K, man. They're gonna go nuts for that guy, and he's, if he comes over here, they'll travel for him.
Mo, I have this fight pulled up on the screen. It's Bradley versus Provitkov. How do you say that?
Yeah, I think it's Protnikov.
Protnikov?
Ruslan.
What do you know about
Ruslan?
Provodnikov, not a lot, to be honest. I was not really into boxing in this era, at this state of affairs. For most of the teens, to be honest, I thought the sport was in not a great space, and I mean it was the peak of the Mayweather era, and it was just a bad time for boxing. I think now we're privileged to be right now in the last 5 years of being like a new golden era. For what it's worth, I think people are gonna miss this era when it's gone. People are gonna miss Usyk when he's gone. People are gonna miss Canelo when he's gone. All the people who are talking shit on Canelo now, and I'm not even a big Canelo fan, but when he retires, bro, it's gonna be like a vacuum in the sport that I don't know how we're gonna be able to, like as fans or as a community, I don't know how we're gonna be able to fill those shoes.
Well, Frank is saying that Canelo's the last pay-per-view seller, and I agree with him. And the models just kind of died down in a sense too. You need a country behind you, and I think you can only have a pay-per-view king if you're either from Mexico and maybe the UK. It has to be the UK. Like, it has to be the UK.
I get what you guys are saying. I think it's a lot more than just, oh, you need to have a country behind you, you need to have a lot of support. I think it's simply, you as a fighter, you have to be able to like capture the imagination of sports fans. Like, think about like what you just said about Eubanks Jr., right? How he was flurrying and shoe shining in the 12th round. Like, the look on your face tells me that he made a fan out of
Oh, yeah.
you doing that. You get what I'm saying? So it's like when a fighter performs like that, it makes me as a fan want to pay $60 to buy your stupid fucking pay-per-view, even though I could pirate it on fucking crack streams. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when you have fighters who disrespect the fans and the sport by performing in ways that are not aligned with the spirit of boxing, that's what kills the sport. So like when you have a Devin Haney go out there and perform like he did against Ramirez, or a Shakur perform like he did against De Los Santos, that hurts the sport. Like, it's not simply a matter of preference, or I don't like black fighters, or I don't like a specific style. It hurts the sport because people see that and then they go, oh, well, see, that's why I watch UFC. That's why I don't like boxing, because this is what they do. That's why I'm gonna go watch these guys who cut 40 pounds worth of weight and they all got no chins and anybody can get knocked the fuck out. I'd rather watch that because at least those guys give 120%. You know what I mean? So I think it's just a matter
more
of
to
that.
that. It's more to that, Mo. It's like I'd rather watch that, and I'd rather watch 5 good fights in one night. You know, I'd like to watch 5 good fights, and I'd like them to be good matchups, and every single matchup have a storyline behind it, and that's what the UFC does. And not only that, I don't want to wait half a fucking year before the co-main event and the main event. I don't want to see a concert. The UFC gives it to you, bang, 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 15 minutes in between fights, a little bit of commercial, a little bit of a sports betting shit, but they give it to you quick, man. And that's how you build a fan base. And I want to go to UFC, like a big UFC card, because I'm going to be there from the prelims. The matchmaking is so much better than these boxing cards. And you know what I'm saying? When you go and you watch Crawford, Canelo, or like Manny Pacquiao versus Mayweather, and you're just you're sitting there like left, like, when's the fight gonna happen? I watched a boxing match expecting a fight, but it didn't happen.
Yeah, you're talking about getting the casuals. You know, if you invite friends over, you're hoping that they're entertained by the pay-per-view.
Wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I wouldn't invite anybody to a pay-per-view that I didn't think because I get asked. People, you know, they know I like boxing and they say, Frank, man, are you getting a fight this weekend? And I'll be honest with them. I'm like, I really probably wouldn't get this fight. It's probably not going to be entertaining. So I'll just be honest with people if they ask me what's a good fight to tune into.
Yeah,
like,
okay,
I thought.
But okay,
go ahead.
You want to invite friends to watch Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury 2. You know, you want to watch the Manny Pacquiao versus Keith Thurman. And those are like lasting memories. Devin Haney versus Ryan Garcia. Like fights where there's a lot of action, knockdowns, storyline, and they're fighting. I watched all of those fights with friends, and that's why I'm making these examples. Can you guys think of any? Like watching with a group of friends or like a homie, your girl?
Honestly, it's probably been a while. That dude, like you said, Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury was like probably the last biggest fight party that I went to.
You went to a fight party, the second one or the first one?
Shit, the second one.
Dude, that it can't get more lit than that.
Dude, I think I almost got lynched there because it was mostly African Americans, and I was going for Tyson Fury, and I wasn't too like privy And then it was just like silence. I was like, oh shit, I better calm the fuck down.
Mo, you there?
Oh, I mean, for me, more often, I'll go to these big ass fights. You know what I mean? So
You know,
I mean, it's
It
usually.
was Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis. My bad. That was the last one that everybody was super juiced,
Oh,
and we were excited.
yeah, that was fucking sick, bro. I mean, we didn't know what was happening, right? We didn't know what we had with Ryan Garcia. That was before all this crazy ass shit that he pulled on fucking fans.
Yeah, people were hyped for Ryan Garcia because even everybody that I worked casuals, everybody knew that I was like, I didn't even think that Ryan Garcia was that big, that people were going to be hyped for Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, but everybody knew, man.
Yo, I mean, yeah, Ryan sells. He maybe has a glimpse of. I mean,
Oscar, he's no Oscar, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he could have been anyways. He definitely could have. No, you know what, Funchuk? That's a very interesting thing you said about the UFC comparison. So
Can you
I
go?
remember.
Can you go off? I have to take a piss.
Yeah, go on. Go ahead, man. So I went to a UFC event a year or two ago. I went to, I think it was Pereira versus Roundtree in Salt Lake City, and I showed up. I was like, you know me, I'm a hardcore boxing dude, but I don't really fuck with UFC like that. So I'm like, well, you know what? If I go to a boxing event, you know, you catch a couple of the prelims, and you want to see, you know, a lot of the undercard, right? And support these guys are usually like unknown guys or like, you know, young prospects and shit. And I go at the beginning of the card, and I get there at the last prelim fight, and I'm like, God damn, this arena's already fucking packed. I was like, holy shit. And these people were getting crunk. They were fucking, you know, all the beer lines are full. The stands are full of people is having a good time. And I'm like, dude, how the fuck is this place already full? If it was a boxing match, these fucking people, they wouldn't show up until the main event. I mean, I went to Crawford Canelo. That bitch was like half empty by the co-main. And it was, you know, you give 10 minutes before Canelo and Crawford, and then the whole arena was full. So I think it's just whatever it is about the way that they've developed the culture around UFC is so much different than the culture around boxing. Like those UFC fans are absolutely rabid from the prelims to the undercard to the main event. They're glued to their seats, yelling with their beers and their popcorn. They're all in. But for some reason, it's like boxing. It's way more like casual, you know. Like you can just turn up at the end for the main event and just, you know, is what it is.
Yeah, I think it's a culture thing, like you said. If you look at old videotapes, right? I was rewatching, like, just for instance, Trinidad Vargas, right, with a group of people. We were rewatching the fight, and look at the crowd, right? If you look at the crowd, I like to do that. I like to look at every crowd during fights. And you'll notice it was like a more higher end, more mature class. You ever notice that in boxing? A more affluent class?
Oh, definitely, especially back in the day, bro. I mean, if you look at any championship fight in like the 80s or 70s, you look at the people that are ringside, they're like in suits, tuxedos.
Thank you.
They're dressed to the nines, bro. It's crazy.
To the nines, right? It's an event. It's like to be seen also.
All celebrities, fucking diplomats, all kinds of crazy shit. Especially back in the day.
Oh, even back in the day, it was more regal. Like if you watch old Rocky movies, you know, the cutscenes, they're all coming in at the main event, and they show all these beautiful people just sitting in jewels and, like you said, with delegates, and it's something special. Not to disrespect the UFC, but it's just a different class.
Oh, Fun Truck, you're muted, FYI, if you're trying to talk to us.
But I think it's changing though. Like if you look at a Tank Davis fight, the crowd is way different. or a Ryan Garcia fight, just a different type of crowd.
Yeah, you're still muted, bro. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, sorry. I think
There you go. We got you
yeah.
now.
What's your point with the UFC fans being obsessed with the sport?
Oh, my
compared
point
to
was simply that, like, if you go to an event, right? If for me as a hardcore, I'll try to go and like catch a couple prelims, catch the undercard. I want to see, see like the full smorgasbord of fighters, right? But throughout that course of the night, the usually the arenas are usually like empty until like, oh, maybe the middle of the undercard, and then by the main event it'll be packed. But when I went to a UFC event, from the undercard, from the prelims to the undercard, that place to the main event, that place is absolutely hopping. Like, people want to see those, those lower ranked scrappy guys get it on. Like, it's not just them just showing up for the main event. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and when you see like transition in jujitsu when they're on the ground and you hear the crowd react when someone gets the back, you know that a lot of the fans are fighters or they know what's going on. They're invested, right? They're not casuals. They know a finish is coming, a move is getting set up, a fighter's practicing their special technique, and you're getting that 15 minutes in between bouts. That's what boxing doesn't have. I think. Am I wrong if I were to wish that there were more 8-round fights and like 15 minutes in between matches? Like, hurry the fuck up, like quick ring walks, faster fights, 8-round fights.
Just me from growing up in a family watching fights, because that's how I got into it. It's just been the norm. I mean, there was Butterbean. Boxing's always had these kind of circus things, and it's always been just a show, an extravagant show.
It doesn't
Part
need
of
to.
the
Yeah, it doesn't need to be. I think with the times, especially with like today's day and age, and grasping attention,
yeah.
it's hard to sit through a concert when you're expecting a boxing match. I'm not the only one
Oh well,
that's.
that's different. When he did, you're talking about like when he did Eminem, like that was lame.
Yeah,
Um,
there's a lot more times where what's his name? Turkey has.
I mean, and it's not just
But a
Turkey. Let's be real. It's
Yeah.
all the promoters run their cards like that, and I think
Mhm.
it's just a matter of just old timey perception of like TV production, where it's like, all right, now we got to go to fucking Chris Mannix, and what does Chris Mannix think about fucking Conor Ben? And like, well, we're here right now with fucking Ben Senior, and it's like we don't need to hear about none of that shit. Like, all of that preamble stuff should have been on TV and in commercials and fucking on Reddit ads weeks before this. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that shit should be the the build up stuff that's on free on YouTube that people can like watch, on the plane ride over to Vegas to see the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's just a matter of they just need to get with the times. Like, Top Rank was fucking on ESPN, for fuck's sake. Like, not only do they have to do with all that production shit, but then they got to deal with like the ads and the commercials and all that other stuff. Like, these people just got to get with the times, and UFC's just done it way better than them.
They've done it way better because they have all of the power. They can do that. They have the They don't have to go through so many different people. Just Dana White making decisions. I'm a fan. I became a UFC fan through wrestling and Anderson Silva. I remember like scraping together the $40 to $60 for pay-per-view with my friends. They'd come over with bags of change, and we'd buy the pay-per-view like on DirecTV. The fact that my parents took the money in the first place, like I swear to God, we would give them the money in a grocery bag, and it was like dollar bills, coins, fucking just like that. My parents took it, man, and they knew how sort of obsessed I was with it, and they allowed me to have fight parties. I was the first friend in the friend group that invited over everybody for for like a watch party, and Anderson Silva versus Chael Sonnen won. versus Chris Weidman. I remember ordering that, but yeah, man, I've been a UFC fan for a long time. I'm obsessed with it.
Well, see, that's why they're so successful, man. I mean, that's what boxing used to do for people. You know what I mean? Like it's tough. It's tough to make good memories when you have that shit show of the Times Square card. Like, there's no 16-year-old that's like, oh man, remember when we fucking all chipped in to fucking get the Times Square? We got to see Devin Haney run around, and we got to see Ryan Garcia get knocked the fuck out, and all these things. Like, that's how you make lifelong fans. People that grow up to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, now you're a
Yeah.
grown ass man. You can pay the $60 to pay whatever pay-per-view card.
Right now, the Turkey's like, we're gonna have a fight in Alcatraz. Like, you're diluting the event.
Hey, I'm gonna be real though, bro. That shit would have been sick. I would have gone to that.
You wouldn't have been able to, like, the people. You couldn't buy tickets. You would have not been able to buy tickets. I promise you.
Still, still would have been fucking badass, man.
You could watch from the beach right
I'll watch
there.
from Pier 39, bro. I don't give a fuck. Whatever. I'll pull out the binoculars. We'll get the drone out. I don't give a shit. It's still fucking cool.
It's cool, but no, man. You want to have fans there yelling. You agree, Frank? If you're still with us.
Yeah. No, you need the fans, man. I mean, these turkey cards in Saudi Arabia are kind of lame. You need the hype.
Frank, you got a good microphone, bro, and your voice is coming out crispy, dude. You got
thank you.
Voice for a radio.
Ah, shit. Thanks.
I didn't say face for radio. I said voice.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely not a face.
But are you calling with the mic or?
Yeah, I'm using my mic.
That's what's up.
Yeah, you definitely you know the specialist places are, well, like Tion Shakur is going to be in New York, right? It's is it Madison Square Garden, which is historic.
Yeah, 31st.
They call it the Mecca of boxing.
It is.
So, yeah, I mean that's number one, man, is having that excitement. They used to do like really promote it. They don't even really promote boxing. Like when De La Hoya fought Mayweather, they did like a 8-city tour. Like that's the golden era. They don't do shit like that no more.
Bro, this crazy. 50 years ago, they would have done like a 50-city tour. That's
right.
Like now, they just don't. It's the overhead part of it. Like, they can invest to putting in, especially with print media. That shit don't exist anymore.
Well, yeah. Even I think Haney Garcia, they did at least 2 cities. They went New York and LA.
Okay, so I have some news pulled up here. UFC Apex on Friday, January 23rd. TKO boxing debut possibly at UFC Apex. Wow, look how intertwined it's getting with the UFC. They're gonna have boxing matches at the UFC Apex, and do you know what that is, Frank?
No idea.
Okay, so it's essentially just a small venue that they have to host fights, and they built the Apex before the pandemic. Yeah, it's just like a little, maybe I think 1,000 or 2,000 person max, little small arena, actually. So they're gonna look to line something up on the 23rd of January. I'm gonna look up some more information on X.
Yeah, the 23rd. So that lands on a Friday. I mean, if it's anything like the underdog card that they did the week of Canelo Crawford, I'm sure it's gonna be great. I mean, I thought that was an awesome card, and they held that at the Fontainebleau Theater, which is probably around that, whatever, 2000 or whatever. I think Top Rank has a lot of their smaller cards there.
Man, I think this is going to be big. Hold on, I'm just reading that it's going to be paired with the Paramount deal. So if if you pay the $70 for the year for the subscription for Paramount, you can watch all of the UFC pay-per-view fights for $70 a year. And if you can watch boxing with that, that's incredible, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, I saw some reporting that the first main event for TKO's boxing was going to be Boachuk versus Batayev. So I wonder if they're going to be main event. They're going to be headlining this specific event.
Dang, we're covering this. So this is where the fight's going to be taking place for TKO's boxing debut in the UFC Apex right here. Yeah, I don't think it can hold more than 1,000 people. It doesn't even look like a couple hundred, right?
It's like a high school gym.
Yeah, that looks small. That doesn't even look as big as the Fountain Blue Theater. But who knows? Maybe they'll figure something out. I mean, it's boxing. There's plenty of room for more seats there.
Yeah. I just looked up how big the UFC Apex is in terms of seats. Yeah, 1,000 is its capacity. Okay. So that's set in January 23rd. That's right around the corner. Imagine if
I'm gonna be
Ryo
real.
fights.
Go ahead, man.
Imagine if Ryo fights on that card, on the January 23rd card, after signing with them today.
Jesus Christ, how fucking depressing that would be, bro. It's crazy. You go from fighting in front of like 50,000 people at BMO Stadium, fucking fighting in the gymnasium. I mean, if they pay him, who gives a fuck, right? But
Yeah, but is it going to be within the TKO system? It won't be sanctioned by any other the organizations, right?
Commit. Starting off. What's your question, Frank?
No, okay. So let's say you're El Rayo, right? You're starting from ground zero again, right? Isn't he?
Ryo, yes. Well, he just signed with TKO. Maybe, yeah, and then they don't have any other fighter signed. So
yeah, no, but I'm saying we're El Rayo, and we have to start our boxing career. You're starting over, like you're starting at ground zero again, right? So you're like, damn, okay, what do I got to do? So I'm a former champion. I could probably go get a fight. I need to go get a shot to get back to the rankings. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, but he's not going to do that, right? Because he's doing with his TKO. So what's that going to mean for his career?
Hey, I hope he's getting paid. I think, it's undeserving what happened to him, but it's boxing and you sign up for a fight, and it could have went his way. It didn't look like he was all there. It's against Gary Antoine Russell, and it looked like Gary Antoine Russell was also like outperforming himself. So I think it was a good night for Gary and a bad night for Ryo, like a real bad night for him. And then, yeah, he hasn't fought since, right?
Not that, no, I don't think so. No, but he's made an interesting career choice, right? Because now he's fighting with his TKO, but he's not going to be part of the boxing establishment as it is right now. So he could be shooting, huh?
What do you mean by that?
Okay, that's what I was saying. Okay, if you're El Rayo, right? You're starting from ground zero. You need to work your way back to a world title. Well, he's not going to go in that direction because he's going with TKO. So what is he looking for? Because TKO doesn't have any rankings or belts right now. So there's no potential for a lucrative fight for him, or even getting near a belt again.
Yeah, I just checked the rankings. He's not in any of the top 15 of any
That's
of the
what I'm
sanctioning.
saying.
So
That's what I'm trying.
he's
So,
out the box one way or the other.
and that's my point, is that ideally, right? If you're a fighter like El Rayo, what you would need to do is go fight somebody so that you can at least get in the top 10.
Yeah, I hope he's getting
I
paid.
mean, him specifically, he's kind of in a rock and a hard place where those guys over there at PBC, they got to they're fighting over bones. So
Yo,
they
I
ain't got too
remember
many
when
days to
Crawford
get
signed with Black or BLK Prime. Like that was a like a big announcement and signing, right? He was guaranteed a big purse.
I don't believe it for a
10
second,
million,
but
supposedly.
I don't believe it. Nah, I think it was a duck move.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much of a duck move is I mean, he beat the bejesus out of David Ebenezer, and then he beat the bejesus out of Spence.
Well,
So, if it was a duck move, I mean, or rather this way, if it was a duck move, it was made correctly because then he got even more money to fight Spence. So, and then he beat the fucking life out of him. So I don't know.
no, I think people are question, what do you mean a duck move? No, because at that time, when he was doing the whole BLK thing, they called him, the people, the Errol Spence fans, the boxing people have called him a duck because it looked like he was ducking, like he was moving on from the fight, because they were negotiating for like a year and a half. People forget that. They literally negotiated for like a year. It was on, it was off. And they were both arguing in the media about who was ducking who. So when he did that, it looked like a duck move. And what really made it look like a duck move is he was saying that he was calling out Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz and that they ducked him for the BLK Prime fight. So he was forced to fight Avanesian.
That seems to be true though, yeah. Salute the panel, salute the chat.
Salute.
That seems to be true though, that fight in the Black Prime, whatever it was, like Boots and Virgil didn't want it, but it was also a network issue as well. So, like, I get the Crawford thing, but man, Al Heyman blackballed him. That was a big issue for me. I was just catching up with you saying that El Rayo has signed for TKO. It's good to remember at this point, though, that these signings are under the Ali Act. The Ali Act hasn't changed at the moment. So the deals that they've been offered are 3-fight deals at the moment, all fighters. So they will come under the Ali Act. They'll not start the league in a couple of weeks because it still hasn't passed yet. It's still in committee and that can take months. So Rayo and Butiev and guys like that that's moved over there, they may just move back after their 3 fights.
Well, that's true. And now these Zuffa guys, they got to come up with dates to put these guys on. Otherwise,
Wait, so he only signed a 3-fight deal, Mick? Is that what you're saying?
All are only signed on 3-fight deals because Ali Act still hasn't been changed. It's going to be a boxing league to start with. They may market it that, but the UBO's no passed. It's still in committee.
But so they fight 3-fight deals, but what are they fighting for? Nah, I mean, it sounds, I don't know what you guys think. I mean, if you're against belts or organizations, whatever, but to me, it just always helps. I know what they're fighting for.
Yeah.
So what are these? What is Rayo fighting for?
So for me,
wait, Mick, I want to ask on top of that, what are they fighting for? And do you see what do you think about Turkey's involvement in boxing overall?
For me, Turkey can be good and bad. Like Turkey's only an employee. I keep telling people this. Mohammed bin Salman owns the kingdom. He is the king. He tells Turkey what to do. Turkey's a small, tiny part of Seller. He's not even the chairman of Seller or nothing like that. Turkey will be a face for a while and then they'll replace him. That's what countries like that do. That's what Saudi's done before. That's what they've done in other sports. That's what Qatar have done in other sports. There's a Qatar and a Bahraini gentleman coming into boxing as well. But the Bahraini is actual royal family, I believe, who's coming in. So they're going to spend big money as well. So what Rio and that are fighting for now is, in my opinion, they're fighting for rankings at the moment because they'll still be ranked by the WBC and whoever for the moment because it's still no past. So what we'll get these guys who have kind of been forgot about. I'll be able to fight each other for the next 3 fights or something, which brings their name back. Because Ryo's no fought for ages, and Butiev hasn't really fought for ages either. Like, I think they'll start putting them in against each other as such.
Okay, Mick, like, what comes to mind when you think about Turkey in 10 words?
Make fights happen, but only on his terms.
I think that, or I don't know if you listened to the show earlier, but I said that he is shifting the power structure, allowing these promoters to work well with each other, and that's just been an overall net positive. And it wouldn't have happened any other way if it wasn't for a rich Middle Eastern with billions of dollars, because prior to this he had no ties to boxing, so he's kind of neutral grounds, and then you just get someone with cash, and Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn can start to break bread and make deals like the 5v5.
Oh, I agree with that. That promoters have to work with each other now, and one thing that doesn't get a lot of say in that is DAZN's made people do that as well. Well, they're all under the one banner, the one streaming platform, be it Golden Boy, be it Frank, be it Eddie. They fights are more easy to make, where before you had like HBO, Showtime, Sky, TNT, Box Nation. Like, you had all the channels, and then the argument was, what network does it go on? Do you know what I mean? Now at the moment, there's no argument. If Frank and Eddie make a fight, it's got to be on the zone. They're both on the zone. If Frank and Golden Boy make a fight, it's going to be on the zone. So that crossing the road kind of thing, a crossing over for the rights to the other channels, kind of got wiped out as well with the zone. So I don't think they get the credit they deserve in that. And we're getting to see more competitive crossover fights. Now, I didn't think Frank and Eddie would ever work together, ever in my life. But one neutral channel, one neutral financer. Man, it's all. I'm all for good competition, and I think what DAZN put on is decent for a UK fan. As a UK channel, and it promotes UK promoters. But I think a lot of Americans get annoyed with why are we getting fights at 6 p.m. or why are we getting fights at 7 a.m. Why are we paying for that? I totally understand that point as well. But that's what we've got for years.
Giving a different perspective, because we're all based out of here in America. So as a UK fan, you enjoy the times that they're starting the fights at?
That makes a big difference. So, like, for me, in a way, it's always fought on a Monday for me, like at 10 a.m. our time. So that's been great for me. I work night shifts, so I'm kind of adjusted.
What times, like if there's a card in Vegas at
10... 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. for me.
Are you serious?
All the Vegas cards and that are like that. Even the ones on the East Coast are like that for me. Every card that so that Anthony Joshua and Jake Paul card was 5 a.m. here.
What about you, Frank? What are you on the West Coast?
Yeah, West Coast.
See, I like NFL and things like that, so I'm used to staying up to that kind of time. As a night shift worker, I just usually stay on night shift mode. But most American big cards for the people in the UK are usually 1 a.m. for prelims, 3 a.m. for main cards. Even in the UFC, it's the same. So we're not getting main events to 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning.
Are you staying up, or are you waking up that early for the 4 a.m. card?
Oh, I'm staying up. I'm
Jesus.
staying up. I'm beer. I'll be beers and like because usually it's a Sunday morning, so out all day on a Saturday, home about 2 a.m. and watch fights. It's pretty much been what boxing has been to me. That sometimes it keeps the party going, shall I say?
Can you break down a little bit of what this Muhammad Ali Act and it going away, why it's bad? Because I think that you're not in favor of what Dana's doing, right? And trying to get rid of it.
So, like as an MMA fan, MMA fighters have always tried to get the Ali Act in, and Dana White's always opposed it. The
Yeah.
biggest
Hang
issue,
on, real quick. They UFC fighters can't box because is it because they don't have the Muhammad Ali Act?
well, they can't box because Dana White holds a contract essentially, so he stops it. So when we had Floyd versus McGregor, Dana White and Zuffa taking half the money, and Floyd Mayweather taking half the money, and then the Zuffa paid McGregor. So it's kind of messy. They didn't open the books to fighters. I know that isn't a great huge thing anywhere else, but to the difference is having 3 fight deals and having timed deals. So like having a time deal is in the Ali Act. So they're like, if you're free, for example, Bam's contract just ran out yesterday. So Bam Rodriguez is now a free agent. He can sign with anybody he wants now. But in the UFC, they would still hold fights over you. Like, if you're a champion there, they'll reenact the one fight cause and you have to force to fight and they'll pick who you fight. So, like, for me, the UFC, there's guys under UFC contract like George St. Pierre who's fought once in the last 10 years, but he's still under contract with the UFC. If he needs something if he wants to go boxing, he has to buy, sell out the contract if the UFC allow it. Whereas in boxing, it's a timed contract, so it runs out after 2 years or a 3 year deal or whatever. That's the biggest issue I'll have with it. I don't think they'll challenge boxing because the belts mean something, and there's a history. But as Canelo says, boxing will never be MMA, and MMA will never be boxing. So that's my real take on it.
Okay. Frank, you there?
Yo, yeah.
Mo,
What's up?
we still in the.
What's
Are you
good?
guys night owls? You guys stay up late typically?
Yeah, for the most part. Yep.
Yeah, likewise.
How long have you guys been watching Marco boxing?
Probably like just a month or two, I think.
Okay.
Probably like a month.
Well, I've probably been fucking with Marco since like maybe February, March of last year, obviously, or this year rather.
Okay.
I'm kind of in the middle of that. I've only been since about July, August, 3 or 4 months. Like, this is what people didn't realise. The YouTube boxing space is massive. I've
It
been on
is,
time.
man. I don't want to cut you off, but the more that I'm like putting content out and I'm getting the algorithm served to me, there's so many boxing channels and a lot of people that are going live, like in
Like,
the hundreds.
oh, there's people.
Yeah, but most don't have open panels.
No. So, like, I've been on YouTube boxing for about 13, 14 years, and I had never heard the boxing voice. I'd never heard the Marco boxing. I hadn't heard the hangout spot as such. I hadn't heard of them until 3 or 4 months ago. The algorithm never brought me that way. But
Wow.
in the UK, there's massive channels here. Like some of them are now not posting because they got bought out, and like the MMA kind of side, the boxing side, you have MMA disciples that are Nick, Pete, and Adam Catterall. They were big channels themselves, but man, it's a tiny fraction. Like there'll be channels in Asia that we didn't even pick up because it's a language and it'll not come into our algorithm as such. Do you know what I mean? It's massive. It's a massive, massive space.
Yeah, I've been listening to the Boxing Voice for 5, 6 years now. I would at my last job at that time, I I listened to them for so hours, and they would have really, really good interviews. I think the quality's diminished. It's gone hella toxic, but back, I mean, it's always been very toxic. But back when they had Danny and Ness was in the studio with Danny, like they had something going in Vegas. They had a lot of good interviews 2020, 21, 22. Um, a good interviews, not with just boxers. They brought on referees, judges, uh, no, not a judge, like commissioners and all sorts of guests. So that's how I got put onto Marco, but I didn't start listening to his channel again. Like, yeah, within the year, 8 months or so.
Yeah, you'd be surprised, man. I think like only 9 out of 10 people like the panels. I think most people prefer just somebody talking to them.
Yeah, I definitely agree. The reason why I started the my channel was because I wanted to get off something of my like chest during Marco's panel, but there was so many people talking. I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna create my own, and hopefully I can share my thoughts. I didn't realize how much I cared about it until I started going on Marco's channel. Then I'm like, yeah, no, I love boxing. I'm a diehard. I love when people know more than me because I like when they put it on like Mick and Mo.
Well, you got to go on X too. I think that it's even bigger on X,
Yeah,
Twitter.
I choose. So I'm a coach, and I have a really good 10-year-old that's 4-time national champion. He's got tons of fights already at 10 years old, and I got him when he was 5 years old. So I'm like obsessed as a coach as well, and student. My trainer was perfect for me. We had a good bond, and he showed me like the true Olympic style of boxing, like 1, 2, 3, slip, slip, roll, pivot, 2, 3, 2. Like Shakur Stevenson or Devin Haney are examples of like amateur styles. Like they came up through the amateurs. So this kid that I got, what's up?
Question for you. Did you see that? You saw it,
Hang on,
you go.
hang on. So I come at it with this like boxing coach perspective, and I'm in the trenches because I'm going to these amateur shows. So I'm seeing it real life playing out in my eyes. I see the 14, 15-year-olds that are like fighting like professionals right now. They have that swagger. And so I'm like, you know, I'm gonna dive in and see what I can do within the year. Try to put out a lot of content, get some interviews with the connections that I have. So fighters that I know in the area. So we'll see
Yeah, I mean, most of it's not really boxing related. It's really not. I mean, if you're talking about you're doing the actual real boxing, that's not what this is, and it's not what X is.
Yeah,
it's a whole different landscape. It's mostly about controversy.
Yeah, toxicity. I do listen to like.
I don't know. I wouldn't say toxicity because, okay, so if you're doing show, you're on Marcos, right?
Yeah.
Only about 5 people really talk. He has a lot of subscribers, but there's only a handful of people that will talk. You know what I'm saying? So,
Marco has such a huge reach. He should, in my opinion, I've sent him loads of things to say. I think he should maybe make videos outside the live kind of stuff. Have people sit down, have a conversation with him where it's just him. And like, see, like him and Mo. Him and Mo could have a great channel speaking about old fights.
Well, you got to be able to talk for like 40 minutes to an hour. Like,
you know,
you really.
Round one. I've been watching some of his lives, and
he's funny.
For better or worse, yeah, he's long-winded as fuck. He could definitely do 40 minutes to an hour by himself. I mean, he does spit some good shit though. But yeah,
no,
you got to
sure.
be a guy like that.
There's some gems in there, 100%.
Yeah, but he don't do panels. He don't do panels.
Yeah,
Nah,
no,
round one does panels.
he brings on
I've
a
been
panel.
on his
No,
panels.
he doesn't do panels. His
I
show,
do.
he doesn't do panels.
Yeah, he does.
He's
It's
on his own.
Yeah,
does
yeah.
he do
I've been on
panels?
a round one panel.
I stopped because he doesn't do panels. I'm like, I can only listen about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, someone talking before you
Nah,
want to talk.
I've been on round one's panel a few times.
Oh,
Definitely.
I never
He
seen
does-
him do a panel.
Usually,
honest.
usually does an hour each sale, and then the link will get dropped. He will do. I've been on a few times, a few of his panels, and it gets kind of crazy there. It's no quite rap star, but it isn't quite Marco either. It has its own different thing, and I think a round one panel's quite good. At least you get to have your say without people screaming over the top of you, and
But
it's
yeah,
quite a
but
knowledgeable panel.
that's just my opinion. I think it's controversy. You got to be able to stir up some kind of controversy.
Oh, look, people say things just for the
You
sake.
know, or give quality content. I don't really
That's
go
not
towards
not. But that's what I'm saying. I don't
go
think
towards
that
listen, I go towards like the interviews that Mill City Boxing is doing. I want to know boots on the ground, what's going on in camps. I can now you can really tell how a fighter is looking by just sorry, and what they're up to by listening to boxing media prior to the fight, like we did with Brian Norman Sr. He said that his son was only 5 pounds overweight, like before the night before, and then in my head, I'm like, oh, that's you shouldn't
But-
have said that. Number one, and you already know Devin Haney's like 15 pounds overweight the night before the weigh-ins. So him gloating that like, oh, my son's gonna make weight easily because he's only 5 pounds over a day before. It's like, you stupid, man. Like, I'm gonna pick Devin Haney knowing that he's cutting the 15 pounds or so. You're only 5 pounds over. I mean, yeah, I mean, he was on Mill City Boxing the morning of the fight and the evening, like after that all it happened. He was on the Mill City, so I like listening to that sort of boxing content. That's my favorite. And round one is good. He can go on forever. I actually admire that he can.
That's a
I
skill.
think in the
That's
morning
hard.
with a good cup of coffee, I can go on for like an hour straight.
I like round one's. I like the thing where he's like a WWE promotion kind of thing. Like he pushes his cell, and when he was going for the Border Wars fight, he's talking about he's writing a book and this will be history and his name will be on the shelf and like see all that kind of. I like that. He's not really harming anybody with that. It's all just like talk about yourself and such. The biggest thing that annoys me about panels and things like that, and why I got involved in panels, is the rewriting of boxing history. These channels will tell you what they want. They'll tell you what people believe, what things are. Like, for example, we've got a guy called Duke McKenzie who claims a three-weight world champion, but one real world title belt, and I'm on his ass every single day telling him he is not a three-weight world champion. Like, and this is what happens. People try and rewrite the history how they want to rewrite it. And
Yeah, this is Deep Woods right here in the GMC. If you look at this,
man, that's a crazy
bro.
photo. That's
Did he
crazy.
got that shit on his wall or what? Took that shit out of the fucking New York Times or what? Damn, like vintage.
Alexis Arguello, Ken Norton.
See, like people like fighters like Arguello gets forgot about, but he was a real punching machine as well. Like the history of boxing, people will try and rewrite it as much as they can, but luckily there is
I have a hot
people who
take.
will.
Mick, maybe you'll disagree with me because fighting is fighting at the end of the day. But I think that today's fighters would smash any older fighter back in the day because the technique we've improved so much and strength and conditioning is different. So other than a couple like
I
goats,
disagree entirely.
I know you guys
I don't-
disagree entirely, but listen, you guys have to understand that like the sport has progressed since like I'm talking about like
It does.
yeah,
So like
60s,
I've got.
70s, and 80s, sure.
I think the sport has evolved. I think progression is a different matter. I think that's a different matter. I think it's evolved to be something different. I just don't think it's necessarily progressed in that it's advanced or like it's gotten better. Like,
Yeah, it's fighting at the end of the day, you know.
yeah. I mean,
I do
we
have an
talked about
analogy
it.
for that.
Yeah, we talked about it on Marco's panel earlier. Like guys like Shakur, he can't make a fight. He can't fight coming forward. Guys like Tio, as great as they possibly can, they might be exquisite athletes and have the best strength and conditioning. They can't fight coming forward. Devin Haney, he could have all the sports science on his side. He doesn't know how to fight coming forward. Like the half of the guys you showed on the screen are better forward coming fighters than most of today's champions. Like
So
that's a skill. Whether we like it or not, even if it might be brutish, being able to do that is a skill.
There's not Bruce Lee and fucking Hulk here.
Oh fuck's sake! I see. I have an analogy with that. So, I am hugely into horse racing. Right?
You're
See,
into horse racing, you said?
oh, massively, massively, more than boxing.
That's what's
So,
up, Vic.
so like,
You're my
I used to
guy,
own
bro.
horse.
I love. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
I used to own horses. I still own some. I got involved with buying horses as foals, as yearlings. So like the tracks are better today. The training's much better today. The breeding's much better today. But horses didn't run any faster than they did 40 years ago. The times are always about the same. There is no progression. And that's if we're like with boxing, it's reached a limit, and probably reached a limit in the 80s, where 70s, 80s, where fighters are doing everything as Mo says, but today's fighter can't. I think it's maybe regressed rather than progressed with the like you've got guys who are bodybuilders like Anthony Joshua and things like that. They'll do well, but that's because it's progressed in genetics rather than.
Fun truck. What do you think about this? You know how technology is progressing. Don't you think in about 15, 20 years, they really will have a simulation that can simulate the matchups pretty accurately? Would you believe it if they were able to do it and they said Duran beats on Tank Davis?
Oh, like Duran would beat Tank Davis's ass. It wouldn't even be close.
No, but I'm saying because we're trying to compare fighters, right? What's the best way? Well, it's going to be in 20 years when they have these machines that can literally simulate the fights. They're going to be able to do that.
I find it. See, the thing is though. See,
they're going to be able to simulate Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson.
Makes a computer program or whatever kind of program that they put in, whatever programming they do to do that simulation. There'll always be recency bias. Now, if it's in 30 years' time, guys will not know who Roberto Duran was, like how how Shakur didn't really know how good Marvin Hagler was. So
that's crazy.
Like when you get that, there'll always be a recency bias in it.
No, but that's what I'm saying. They're going to build these models, this AI technology. They're going to be able to simulate it. They'll be able to simulate down. I mean, we already have the video games that look realistic. So in 20, 25 years, they'll be able to have the models and the simulations to have Alexander Usyk versus Lennox Lewis. And they'll be able to predict it 99.9% accurately. With the physical models, with the physical models too, how they're going to look and be able to simulate them fighting.
Possibly. You would have to simulate it like... You'd probably have to simulate it like 100,000 times to get a proper accurate reading. Like, that's what you usually do with these models. Like, models is a huge thing in horse racing and betting and things like that. So, the models usually come out right. At the end of the day, they're usually quite good. But I agree with you, there'll be a point to that, but then, like, it's hard to consider when you look back. Sugar Ray Robinson was fighting 13 or 14 times in a month at some points, and like 14 and 15 times a year. When you're getting things like that, how do you put that into a model with a guy like Terence Crawford who's fighting once a year? It's difficult because what's his peak and what's the other one's peak, and I think maybe since the 90s things have changed a lot. But no, it'd be good to see.
So Mick, you said that in fact the sport has regressed, not gotten better, or the fighters have not gotten better. In a sense, that's what you're saying.
I think it maybe reached its maximum that it could get. Like a horse can only go so fast, no matter what kind of training, what kind
Oh,
of medication, what
and
kind
maybe
of
not.
veterinary, what kind of
Yeah,
tracks.
yeah.
It can only go so fast. Maybe it reached its peak. Maybe it's regressed a little. Like you see fighters like Lomachenko, who you look at and you can say, well, that is what the peak of boxing is. And there isn't many other fighters can do that. That's probably the peak. So if you look back at guys like Duran, he could do loads of shit like that. So
Yeah, no,
it's
I think that's why I like discussing this, because maybe I'm coming at it from the angle of a UFC fan, thinking that the sport has evolved, obviously, from the 90s when they were fighting in the gi, and with shoes on, to compared to what it is now. But in
oh,
fighting,
I agree
fighting
with
is
that.
fighting at the end of the day. And sometimes just yesterday or this today, watching Junto Nakatani versus Hernandez, like Hernandez has a throwback style, a Mexican style, like just uppercuts and hooks, and that style has always been around. So
Exactly. And you know
professional
what?
fighting is much different than the amateurs. Like 3 minute rounds in the amateurs is nothing in the 7th and 8th and 9th round of a professional fight. Like you're not making those big movements like you are in the amateurs, where you're throwing 1,000 punches in a round, or slipping, dodging, like countering, like wasting a
No
lot of.
long ago, there was 6 minutes. Used
Wait,
to have
wait, let me.
6 rounds
I'll
in
just finish off
amateurs.
here. The point that I'm
Sorry.
trying to get across with professional boxing is that, it's definitely damn it, I had my thought earlier, but it's a fight at the end of the day, and amateur boxing is more of kind of a skillful thing. That's what I'm trying to say. It's a
Well,
fight.
so there used to be a thing that was an amateur boxing called the World Series of Boxing, maybe about 10 years ago, and they fought 6 rounds, 5 rounds or 6 rounds, 3 minutes. But there was guys like Usyk, Lomachenko, Michael Conlan, Shakur Stevenson. Like all the guys were involved in that kind of thing. All the elite top amateurs, they all fought 6 rounds. I'm sure it was 5 or 6 rounds. And they used to fight for countries at the time. So it was like Italy, France. You didn't have to be for that country. But it was called the World Series of Boxing, I'm sure. But it was amateur level, guys that were fighting elite Olympic level, but they were fighting 5 or 6 rounds, 3 minute rounds weekly against each other in a tournament format.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like that to come back, because guys that helped guys like Lomachenko and
Yeah, absolutely.
that crossover.
Yeah, yeah, and that
I'm sure.
you can do that with boxing. I just I wish fighters fought more frequently. What about this throwback picture here of Salvador Sanchez?
It's crazy, bro. I wonder if that was the Corvette. It looks kind of big, so I don't think it was, but he looks super young there.
Oh, he's perfect actually to bring up right now, because he had such an interesting style. Like, how would it work in today's
Oh,
boxing
100%.
environment?
I mean, he was a classical. See, to me, when people say Mexican style, really truly historically, the way he fought was the Mexican style, in that very like regal kind of, where his guard is, and all the head movement and all the ranginess using the jab. That to me is Mexican style. Like if you go to Mexico, that is what a Mexican style is. It's guys like that, guys like Morales. That's
Yeah,
more of a Mexican style.
100%. Good point, man. Mick, what you know about him?
About Salvador Sanchez.
Yeah.
He was a great fighter. Probably Mexico's greatest ever fighter.
Damn, Mick.
He might be Mexico's most complete fighter of all time, because he could do
No,
everything.
my
He could
God.
box, he could punch, he could slug, he could sit on the ropes, he could counter punch, he could do everything.
Yo, my God, I became a fan of him so early on in boxing too, my mom and grandpa were fans of him, and I remember watching him like, fuck, I love the way he fights. His style, like I could never pull it off, but he's just doing these like just drunken monkey style, like almost,
Effortless.
awkward. And yeah, so I ended up putting up I owned a small business and I put a mural up of him. Actually, I didn't. A UC Merced art professor did. I became friends with this art professor, UC Merced art professor, and one day he asked me if he could throw some art up, and I gave him the idea of Salvador Sanchez, and he put up the sickest Salvador Sanchez mural ever, and I have it. He did it for free because, right? So it was it was like a rec center boxing gym what I owned in the Central Valley in Atwater. And he would come to my gym and he signed up. We became friends. He loved boxing. He would stay and kick it after class. That led to him throwing up the mural one day, collaborating with a local tattoo artist. And the mural is titled All or Nothing. All or Nothing, right? Because that's how Salvador Sanchez died. He that motherfucker was it. Like he was all in boxing. He breathed it. And the way that he died was like, I think going fast in a car, right? In Monterrey, I think that's where he died, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he wrecked. I think he wrecked like in a Corvette or some kind of sports car. He was driving through. I think he was driving through the mountains or something like that. Yeah, it was fucking. Desbarató the way like that shit was total. Gone too soon.
Yeah, the fact that he did it, and then like his student was a tattoo artist who actually was more followed than he was, and the tattoo artist did some lettering on the mural, and it just came out super sick. I'm gonna find it in just a sec. But that's what boxing does, man, and that's what boxing has been in my life. It's helped me like gain these relationships somehow because yeah, for whatever reason it does, and it allows me to like get these things done for free or just networking, right? And boxing is dope. Okay, here we go.
Man, it's good that you can make the connections. I always found people in boxing, there was always somebody trying to, I'm trying to think of the word to say it was, I would say befriend you at a point where it was only benefiting them. I think that's maybe society that's changed like that completely. I think that people only help others, but it's only for helping themselves in the grand scheme. But no, it's good. Connections can be good. Connections can be bad, but it's finding where to limit those connections. I think, but I think that's maybe society rather than just boxing now.
Tell me what you think about that.
That's pretty sick, dude.
It looks a lot
Ah,
better.
Badass.
See, we didn't get murals like that anymore. Certainly not in the UK as such. Usually just get somebody with spray paint writing some shit on a wall, but man, you see that, that's cool. That's cool as fuck.
Wait, I'm gonna show you another one with the box because there's a boxing ring there. Watch this. You're gonna like this. Pause.
Yeah, that's badass.
I like that. I definitely like that.
So in the lettering, it says all or nothing, and like the scribbles in between it, it's all saying all or nothing. And that the tattoo artist did the lettering. Um, the art professor did the Salvador Sanchez, and he said he drew inspiration of Diego Rivera's long arm is like what stands out in the mural. His jab hand, right? And then like, yeah, I'll show you guys a pic of. He's cool, man. Like he loved boxing, and he loved that. Like he would be able to come to my gym and talk about it because he said for like 20 something years he didn't have friends about that knew anything about boxing, or he couldn't go anywhere to work out. And yeah, in this like small little town that was born and raised, I opened a gym during COVID. So just kind of cool. Yeah, Salvador Sanchez is dope, man. I knew that when I opened the gym that I would want to put the mural up of Salvador Sanchez. I didn't know how I was going to make it happen. I ended up asking the art professor how much like he would have charged me if like he didn't do it as a homie hookup, and he said I would have charged $9,000 to do that. And he goes, I don't know what the tattoo artist would have charged you to do the lettering.
That's crazy. There's a guy in the UK who does like movie characters, and like he done one of what do you call him? Ozzy Osbourne, and one of Tom Hardy playing guys in Peaky Blinders, and like see the artwork, it's unbelievable. I can't even draw a stick, man. It's something that I can't do is draw or have any artistic, but appreciate artistic stuff.
You look at the screen, Mick.
That's crazy.
This is a tattoo artist who's doing the lettering. That's him. Yeah, this is how it looked like before he got down on it. I mean, I'm sharing this because I just think it's fucking awesome how here's another mural that I put up, Mick, and you're gonna love this. So I opened a small gym right in my hometown, and I wrestled in high school, and I also knew that I wanted to put down a wrestling mat. Yeah, that's a wrestling mat, 20 by 40 feet.
I've put a link in the chat of the guy that does the ones over here. Man,
Yeah.
like to get so much detail with like spray paint, it'd be good to see him do some boxing murals, but like we didn't really have that kind of star anymore. Maybe Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury would maybe do, but there isn't that star
Yeah.
power here anymore, sadly.
Yeah, Mick, look, imagine if you're a kid and you're training at my gym, you got Salvador Sanchez in the back in the boxing ring, right? And then you have a 40 by 20 foot wrestling mat with the wall that's padded. So
Man, that's crazy.
yeah,
Like
dude,
the facilities in the States are much better than what we have here. Like
yeah,
young boxing gyms here are kind of filled with funded by like young kids paying maybe £3 or £4 a session or things like that. So there's no government funding for them or shit. They're just funded by the kids who go and train.
no, man, people like in the States love boxing. So we put up another one that said a jab will take you around the world. You know, after I heard Devin Haney or Bill Haney say that, no cringe. I believe that like it did take him around the world. Took him to Australia. Mo, are you gonna hate?
Hey, Salvador Sanchez had a great jab, man.
No. I'm talking about
Not
Devin
at all.
Haney, right? Like Bill Haney said,
No, I mean it's true.
a jab will take
Yeah.
you around the world.
Of course.
Man, that's what I try and tell everybody. If you can go and see the world at one point, go and do it. You're only here once. You've got 7 continents to explore. Well, maybe 6. You didn't really want to go to Antarctica.
Yeah.
But
You know, actually, if you don't have a jab, you don't have shit. I know Pitbull can get away with it, but he's a special, whatever, like anomaly. But when I look at fighters, I look at the jab specifically. If you don't have a jab in your footwork, I don't think you can get very far at the elite level.
it was funny. I was
The
watching
number
it.
one, it's the number one thing you look at is for the jab.
I woke up and then there was a lot of chat in the Discord about in Johnny's Discord about Brim versus Two Tone, right? And they're talking about Two Tone never seen anything that I know he does that's elite level. And Johnny says, "Do you know respect the footwork?" And he goes, "I don't know." Nah, that's not it. Right? And I just went, that's it. I didn't have to listen to any more of that shit. Like, man, people are crazy.
No, I rewatched the Picasso fight, and yeah, dude, I give Inoue his props. He beat him 12 rounds, right?
I gave it. I say 11-1. I think I maybe gave Picasso I'm trying to think of the way I described it. A sympathy round here, but it's boxing masterclass. There's a big difference between doing what he's doing and what maybe David Haney's doing. I can no disrespect David Haney's winning fights, but he's winning rounds by throwing 3 or 4 punches, 5 punches. And they think that the same amount of sticks should go to anyway for not knocking out his opponent. But I think Picasso was just durable, a durable guy who didn't take very many risks, has a high guard. I thought anyway could have done better to the body, but like we're talking about the guy who's an elite prospect who will become a world champion once anyway leaves the division.
Mm-hmm.
I think boxing fans are very fickle. I reckon if he was and I don't know what I really put out there, if he was a black fighter for say Los Angeles or a black fighter for Atlanta, man, we'd be talking about the greatest fighter of all time.
Yeah, Picasso's big as fuck too. Like Jesus, he's kind of towering over in a way too. Like, I mean, I don't know what more you can want from him in a way. He's fighting a guy who's younger, taller, stronger, longer. Like this kid, yeah, I mean, this kid got every advantage over him except for his guile, his experience, his skill, and it's still not enough.
I thought the Stitch Duran comments were really good as well, with Stitch being the man about him saying anyways raps on the illegal. He's using the same amount of tape and the same amount of gauze as anybody else. They're allowed in every other area. So it's all about educate. I said it's all about education rather than saying that the stacking raps aren't illegal. He does them all the time. So I find that interesting.
Holy shit! Did you see Andy Ruiz's USA book? Boxing book?
Man, Andy Ruiz gets a lot of stick, but man, he was a good fighter. But he really should be like a.
Imagine a DM changing the trajectory of your life, really. Like when he DM'd Eddie Hearn, and you know that it got Eddie Hearn's attention. He goes, maybe we can do this on how many weeks' notice was it?
2, I think it was 2.
Right. So he goes, we can beat this fat Mexican guy, and we're not going to lose money. Eddie Hearn's greedy ass, instead of scratching the fight, got his fighter, knocked the fuck out, spitting out the mouthpiece, you bitch. There's a guy that I sparred after that fight, and he spat his mouthpiece out. Like, the sparring was competitive, and then he got back to him. I got him into the corner. His mouthpiece fell out, and I was like, oh hell no, it's over, bro. Like, you Anthony Joshua, like Anthony Joshua spitting at his mouthpiece with a grin on his face. My boy's like, let me get an extra 10 seconds.
Aye, like Joshua probably shouldn't have taken that fight, but it was to try and make him popular in America and things like that. One thing with Eddie is he will put his fighters in with fighters that he doesn't think's a risk. Because like when you look back, he put Joshua in with Usyk, he put Burns in with Crawford, he put Froch in with Booty, put Froch in with Taylor. Like he put loads of fighters in Harem's way, and he had loads of world champions that lost on the back of it. But I think the Andy Ruiz one was it was a definite mistake for both of them. But he avenged that loss eventually, so it all turned out well in the end. But it certainly ruined the Deontay Wilder fight.
Yeah, and Andrew Ruiz blew up. Full went to Mexico, partied. His trainer said that he didn't like come to camp like until 2 weeks of the fight.
Crazy.
That's what loads of fighters do when they get money, though. They think that they can. They think they can cheat the system, but sometimes you just can't cheat the system at that elite level.
I've seen this picture before.
Is that Alberto with the glasses on?
Virgil.
Fuck's sake. Man, when's he going to fight Boots? I'm not a Boots fan, but like,
Who do you think wins?
I
I
think
don't think they
Boots.
fight until 160, Mick. If we're being real, I don't think that they'll fight until 160.
So depressing, isn't it?
I mean, it's Virgil's own fault. I mean, he lost like a year because of that rhabdo shit. Hey, I mean, it is what it is. I think the truth is he just kind of fell. His whole kind of development just stalled out. I don't think he'll ever really be what fans had hoped he would pan out to be. I think,
Because he is
some integral time.
He is such a good fighter. Like people will say like, oh, like the Anthony Joshua Jake Paul thing. Like Anthony Joshua couldn't cut off the ring, but you see with Virgil and Lubin, like Virgil could cut off the ring very quickly, pretty well, and like he has that older kind of style fighting, overhand rights, and he's exciting to watch. Like the momentum he could have had off the back of that Lubin win, going into another fight, but we're 4 months later and we're still talking about a fight. It's never going to happen.
Yeah, what I find most frustrating about it is it just seems like both sides have so many misgivings where it makes me as a fan just be like, okay, let's just not have this fight. But that doesn't mean that they can't go and fight other great fights. You know what I mean? Like that doesn't mean that Boots can't go fight Xander Zayas or Devin Haney, and Virgil can't go fight, I don't know, fucking Fundora or Tim Tszyu or whatever, and they can meet down the road. It's simply a matter of whatever their stupid business ends that are not being met for whatever reason, and the politics getting in the way.
That's the sad part. The politics stuff is sad. Like, how can you make 500,000 fighting Lubin and then want 10 million to fight Boots? And Boots is wanting 5 million to fight Virgil. And like, at the moment, both their careers are looking at the crossroads. They both probably need each other.
Michael Jackson was a boxing fan?
Michael Jackson was a boxing fan. He was also a fan of boxing, something else, but I'll not mention that.
King of Pop in attendance for Leonard versus Duran 3. Wow. Roberto has ties to San Francisco and South San Francisco, Mo?
I did not know that. I did know that he came to the city for some like fan expo. Like what is it, like 5 6 months ago or some shit like that. I saw
Oh,
something
he
on his
recently came?
Instagram.
No, yeah, he I think held some camps here in South San Francisco.
Oh shit! Okay, yeah, I saw there was a gym out in South City where I think James Toney held like some camp this year or something like that. So yeah, I didn't know that. Damn, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, there's a boxing coach up here that was his dad owned a restaurant who Roberto Duran would go eat all the time at. And so this boxing coach was a kid while Duran, I think, spent time here. So exhibition at the Cow Palace, 1989. It's not on the internet, but yeah. He definitely has some ties here. I've seen a bunch of pictures of him over here. But Michael Jackson was a boxing fan. Look at him with Prince. This dude outlived everybody. He's gonna outlive me, Mick. Don King is gonna outlive us all.
Man,
Motherfucker.
he's 96 or something, isn't he?
That dude's like old as shit. Lester Ellis. Who's this? Salvador Sanchez poster.
Do you know how old Don King is, right? We have a competition, and well, it's a kind of a game that we have at work. So it's like you put $1 a week in, and you've got a celebrity's name that's aged between 78 and 83. And if they die, you win the pot of money. And Don King's too old to actually. Don King and Bob Arum are too old to put in the list.
Who's this, Mick? 19-year-old Lester Ellis.
Who's that?
Yeah.
That's Roberto Duran.
No, in the picture.
I don't know.
Okay.
Who's it?
Says
Clarissa. It's Clarissa. Mick wakes up just to say Marco a cuss word. Man, Clarissa's good.
I'm gonna pull up some Salvador.
Clarissa's always cooking somebody in the chat. Somebody's getting cooked somewhere. Somebody's always. It doesn't matter what state, what channel I go on. Clarissa is cooking somebody in the chat always.
You know, there's certain styles that I'll never be able to understand. And Manny Pacquiao is a style that I'll never be able to understand, and it's okay, right? I can understand like a Canelo, Bivol, Devin Haney, but then there's ones that I can't understand, and Roy Jones is a good example of one. Salvador Sanchez is another one that comes to mind, and I keep going. You know, I can understand a Muhammad Ali because maybe I can do it, but yeah, certain styles like Salvador Sanchez where you just it's hooks and uppercuts, you know, that they teach you to be careful when you're throwing boxing combinations, and he throws the most unique, untechnical, perfect body too for the weight class.
See, I love watching these like featherweights from that era before the weight bully era, because look at these guys. Look at that guy. Look at this dude. Fucking Danny Little Red Lopez. That dude had like 10 or 12 title defenses. Just straight up like 10 knockouts in a row, knocked everybody out, and then he meets this dude and he just gets his clock cleaned. And he's taking him apart. Look, he's just so unperturbed. He just does not care at all. It's just like
Yeah,
another day
he
in
had
the
really
office.
good feints and slips right there. Oh, just beautiful slipping, you know. This guy, his opponent's no punk too. That motherfucker can take a punch. And so good. Salvador's good at throwing that long jab. Oh man, that's what I look for in a fighter. A good jab. And then if you're a dog, if you have a good jab and you're a dog, you can win a lot of professional fights. Virgil Ortiz might be like too aggressive at times. He's got caught by who did he get caught by? Right, a knockdown.
Boachuk.
And I think he was too aggressive, and you can get caught like that. Same way Inoue can get caught, but they don't know any other style. They don't know any other style. It's like they have to come forward and throw their boxing combinations with that much momentum. And eventually, sometimes you're going to get jabbed or you're going to get hit right before you land or before you start or end your combination, and you're going to get thrown off balance, and you're not going to be buzzed, but you are going to get knocked down, and that's a 10-8 round and hard to come back from. And then people going to call you chinny or whatever, like getting dropped. But yeah, in both Inoue's cases, he got hit with hard hooks, but he was able to recover pretty quickly. I think his eyes were open before he hit the canvas. Usyk is no longer part of Riyadh season, Mick says.
Yeah, what I found frustrating about Virgil is he looks so underwhelming and so sloppy in the Boachuk fight, and then he comes back in the Majumov fight and actually showed some depth and technique and savviness and patience, and they really took Majumov apart over the course of those 12 rounds. I mean, it's a different style, but he was, blocking, parrying, slipping punches. He was forcing Majumov to fight a pace he wasn't comfortable with. He was forcing him to fight his fight. It was like overnight. Like he just put everything together. Maybe it's just like he's just one of those guys where he has to rise to the occasion to like really put it together.
Dude, this guy can take a punch. Like he's taking the right hand and he's falling into the right hand over and over again. He's still standing up. And I know there's still a lot of fight left. And it just looks like Salvador's just warming up, He's an anime character.
Yeah, Danny Lopez, one thing that you could never say that dude did not have was he had
Danny
a fucking
Lopez.
chin, iron chin, bro. Look at
Holy
this.
fuck.
He knows one gear, and that's go to war. That's all he knows how to do.
That's Danny Lopez.
Yeah, that's Danny Lopez, bro. And these guys fought twice. I think he got knocked out both times. They fought. They fought twice. But but Danny Lopez held the title. I think he might have held the undisputed title. Maybe,
oh shit,
or at least one. He had at least one title for maybe like 6 or 7 years, like a dozen title defenses, all knockouts. This dude was no fucking joke. They might have stopped it on cuts from the looks of it. But yeah, that's a tough motherfucker. I mean, just basically ended this dude's career. I don't think he did much after this.
He's got it. Yeah, he's got really good hooks, and his hand positioning is. That's another thing that I look at a fighter is that their hand positioning, like that right there, how he's slipping those punches and his elbows are kind of up. And that's unique to him. How he rises his elbows up like this and sort of deflects the punch. That's unique to him. Inside, outside fighting, off of the jab, slipping, bobbing, and weaving. You're getting it all. What weight is this, Mo?
This is featherweight, so 126. So Danny Lopez held the title for 3 years, from 76 to 79. He defended the title 8 times, all knockouts.
Man. Sort of just changes levels and throws that beautiful uppercut. I feel like there's a lot of fight left too.
Oh yeah, I mean these were 15-round fights.
Fuck.
Yeah, so Sanchez stopped him in the 13th in the first fight and stopped him in the 14th in the second fight. So yeah, those are some long fucking fights, man. But that's a great. These two fights perfectly encapsulate the difference between like a great fighter and like an all-time great fighter. Like this perfectly elucidates the levels between these kind of athletes.
This fight right here?
No, the Danny Lopez fights. Those two Danny Lopez fights. That's like a solid A fighter versus a solid A++ fighter. Like that's the difference between them. Even that fight, the Gomez Sanchez fight, it was a brutal. I mean,
yeah,
Jesus, absolute brutal fight.
I rewatched the highlights of this. Yeah, okay, Mo. I want to share something with you, dude, man. Like as a boxer, me myself, like sometimes when I'm watching boxing, you know, I get the sense of like how brave these boxers are, bro. Like watching these two fighters in the ring, it's like I'm proud how brave these fighters are and that they give us a classic like this, that they confronted each other, you know, that they believed in themselves, that thought they were going to win, you know. I'm sure Wilfredo thought that he was going to beat Salvador and his team too, even though I think this fight's on short 2 weeks notice, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh no, on the contrary. No, this was a huge fight. This was I think it was billed as the Battle of the Little Giants.
Okay.
I mean, Wilfredo Gomez
might be mistaken, but
you're thinking of Azuma Nelson.
Maybe.
Yeah, that fight
Well,
I believe was
I'll chat
on a short
GPT it.
notice.
But yeah, to my point, man, like again, like I'm just happy that at that time they fought and we get to watch this. So it's like you're really letting your nuts hang out in the ring, man, and you're being the most vulnerable you can in a sport that you love, but you're ridiculed by millions at times, and you'll be forever a meme. And nowadays, like that's how you'll be remembered if you get knocked out, you know, like a Jared Anderson, with some of us, right? But I think I'm being dramatic. But yeah, man, I'm just like I'm in awe of fighters because I'm courageous. I think I try to be. These guys are on another level of like courage, like.
And just to hammer the point home with this fight specifically, both of these fighters went on to have Hall of Fame careers before, during, and after this fight. Like Wilfredo Gomez is undoubtedly an all-time great fighter. Nobody he lost this fight and he got brutally knocked out. But he's not remembered just for this. I mean, the motherfucker had 48 fights, 44 wins, 42 knockouts. That's what people remember him by. This is just kind of like, he lost one.
Yeah, he lost to a goat.
Yeah. Like, what do you mean? He's literally two of the greatest fucking featherweights to ever lace a pair of gloves.
Watching some of the young kids in the amateur system right now, it's like it's that they're bred to fight. They don't know anything else. Their parents baby them. We're gonna watch this finishing combination, and then I'll. Oh, that's the end of a round. That's not the end of the fight. I thought he finished him there. Look what happens in a 50-50 fight, man. You get a classic.
And look how differently Sanchez is fighting against this guy as opposed to when he fought Danny Lopez. Like, he's just sitting on ropes. With just no care. He's just so calm. And to add some color to it, this was a huge built-up fight, and leading up to the build-up, look at this dude's face. Wilfredo Gomez is in the media saying, this guy's a scrub, he's a fucking bum. I'm gonna knock him out in 2 rounds. And so Sanchez is like, oh, okay, I'm a fucking bum, right? Okay, I'm gonna sit right on the ropes, and we'll see who's a fucking bum.
Oh, here it is, dude. Oh my God. That right hand is what was like a whip. He could not have landed that right hand more perfectly with as much torque as he did. It was a whip. Fuck. Damn, I don't understand how I can't.
Yeah, this fight was a beating. This fight was like the Spence Crawford of its day.
I think he lines it up. I think this is where he lines it up right here. Oh no, short right. I think that they stop fights too early nowadays compared to fucking back in the day.
Well, I mean, look at Wilfredo Gomez's face, bro. Look at his eyes are closed, but he's still out there chunking them. He's still out there in the fight of his life, like being competitive. I don't know if fighters today could do that.
Okay, it's gonna be the last time that I watch it. That first right hand is the one that stunned him. Yeah. So yeah. Man, it's a shame that he died so young. Okay, we'll move on to another fight here.
I mean, fortunately for us, right, they fought so often back then that he still has like a Hall of Fame career. Only in that era can you die like at 24 and leave behind a legacy that's like a Hall of Fame career.
For real. Who else can? I think Devin Haney maybe. Not as compared to like Salvador Sanchez, right?
I mean, even then, like, I think you're stretching it. I think there are these media people like Nestor Gibbs would have you believe that, oh, yeah, that Cambosos win, man, wow, that was an all-time
Yeah, you're right. I
fucking
guess you're
modern
right.
day classic.
You're right.
It's like that
Teofimo then
that
against
win alone.
Vasily.
Yeah. Now that Lomachenko win that's a legit win. Hey, this is beatable. I mean, I scored it a draw personally. I'm not mad at him winning.
Teo?
But no, I'm talking about Devin Haney.
Yeah.
But even Teo. I mean, I thought Teo beat Lomachenko handily. Personally, I thought it was a much clearer decision than the Devin Haney win. But
Holy shit. Azuma Nelson. Can you tell me about him?
well, I think he was pretty young when they fought. He might have been like 20 years old or something like this. And this fight was on short notice. And Azuma Nelson, same thing. He would go on. He took his licks here, right? But he went on to have a Hall of Fame career. Nobody remembers him for losing to Salvador Sanchez. They know about him for having like a dozen title defenses, some crazy shit.
Okay, July 21st, 1982, Madison Square Garden. So Salvador has a loss on his record. He's 44-1. Who do you lose to?
I think he lost to a journeyman very, very early on in his career, in like his first 4 fights or something like that.
Yeah. No, it happens, man. Listen, the boxing gym that I trained at in Merced, a coach's son was a 21-time national champion in his first professional fight. I mean, Chiquito, he's a professional fighter now. He's got the WBC Youth World title at 108 pounds. He lost his first professional fight. He went down to TJ, and it blew my mind, man, that he could lose. Before he had won like 200 plus amateur fights, dude. Like this is his first professional fight, and I know that they went down to TJ, and then like he wasn't posting stuff, so I waited a couple days and I just asked like what happened. He goes, he lost, and I was like, I couldn't believe it. They didn't even air it. I don't know where to find it. But I think they say Devin Haney scratched a fight in TJ.
Well, now that I got you here, bro, because you're in tune with these kind of like the scene, especially here in California. Is that even like how realistic is that? For instance, could I go down there, lose, and be like, "Hey, just hand over an envelope"? Is it really that shady? When you're trying to build fighters.
I'm going to tell you that there's people that I listen. I'll tell you this: there's people that I know that will tell you, "Yeah, you can 100% do that," but I don't know personally myself. So I'll just say it there. Maybe I'll try to bring some people. I have some OG friends that are like super into boxing, like, and they can recount really good stories. But yeah, I have this one friend that probably will say yes, absolutely, you can scratch a fight down there.
Damn, man,
you can get crazy. A fight this weekend. Like, what's today, Sunday? I could go out there. Like, if I was going to go out there Friday, you can get a fight that Saturday or Sunday. I think it can get put on your box rec as a professional fighter.
Damn, yeah, because on the face of it, you hear guys say that like on fucking YouTube channels and shit. On the face of it, it's like, oh yeah, really, right? Like, we all say that. Oh, they, the judge got bought off. Oh, they fucking referee took an envelope. But let's be real. I mean, these guys are, they ain't exactly fighting at the MGM Grand, like,
especially if it's not aired, man. Like, if there's no footage of it, it never existed.
They're fighting guys for cheeseburgers and shit down there. So Who knows what kind of shit they can finesse, especially a guy like Bill Haney. It's got a shady history in general.
So yeah, Zuma Nelson did take this fight on 2 weeks' notice. Zuma Nelson was 13-0. Salvador was 44-1. That's a lot of experience Salvador has over Azuma. See, that's what I mean, Mo. Like the fucking balls these motherfuckers had back in the day to confront each other, to think that like they wanted to know who was the best, right? They tested each other's will, and the best fighters came out on top. And they moved on. The sport was much different. But that's what I'm talking about when I watch these old fighters, man, old fights and fights now. I still think that these professional fighters are so courageous in what they do. You know, like I said, the peaks and valleys in boxing don't compare to any other sport. But there's so many fans like ridicule boxers for losing and getting knocked out that it can drive them into depression. You know, because we sit here behind a screen and we fucking comment some bullshit, and like I'll be the first one to admit 100%, like when Jared Anderson got knocked out by Coley, I was like clowning on whatever Top Rank Instagram post or wherever it was, but absolutely I was clowning Devin Haney when he lost to Ryan Garcia, but now I'm become a Devin Haney fan. You know, at least I try to keep this open mindset with boxing, and that's why I like discussing on the boxing on the panel. But to my point, like my original point about boxers being so courageous, they don't do it as much anymore now because when you lose, it's much more significant now. Like I said, you'll be a meme forever, and you'll get paid less. The Mayweather effect. And yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, it's fucking disgusting. Like, it's hilarious to me. Okay, Roberto Duran has a career spanning over like 5 decades. This dude has like hundreds of hours of fight film and sparring footage that are all available online for free. But I swear to God, I shit you not, the one clip that you will, without fail, always see going viral on Twitter or Instagram or Reddit or all of them is which one? The one where he got knocked the fuck out. This dude got literally his, I think his only knockout loss, and it's the only one that anyone ever thought. You go on Instagram, you would get the idea that he is famous just for getting knocked out by a guy when he was fucking like 34 years old. He's fat. He's already fucking. He's coked out. He shows up to the press conference. He's fucking. He's got a beer belly and all. But you let social media and like the boxing world of today tell it to you. He's just he's famous for getting knocked out. So it's not even just the new guys. It's even the old guys.
Who's your favorite fighter? Roberto Duran?
Oh, of all time, it's Duran. I mean, I don't think he's one of the most complete fighters, literally of all time, without.
You
a
know
doubt.
what's crazy is my coach's other son named Danny Haro. He's also a professional fighter. He fights like Roberto Duran, dude. And I'm 175 pounds, 25 years old, and I spar him. He's 16, maybe turning 17, 135 pounds. And you see what Duran is doing is what I got. And I say that to be humble as fuck, bro. Like, kid had over 150 amateur fights, and they call his nickname is Manos de Piedra, Danny Haro, and he's 135 pounds, bro, and he can absolutely crack like Roberto Duran, and he's been doing boxing since 5-7 years old, right? His dad's obsessed coach. His brother is a 21-time national champion. I think Danny was like a 15-time national champion. You know, because Chiquito fights at 108 pounds, which is, you know, there's very few in your bracket, and if you're the best, then you're going to be winning a lot of national titles because there's few in your bracket. But Danny was in a more competitive bracket, 135 pounds. Like at 16 years old, those 135-pound fighters can beat up grown men. I sparred him. I would say like close to 100 rounds in like a 4-month period, getting ready for the Golden Gloves, and I was peaking, ready to do the Golden Gloves. I knew that it would be like one of the last tournaments I'd be able to enter, and I was going to focus on like my professional career. But COVID happened. Like I was set to fight in Fresno March 13th, I believe was the date. March 12th, they canceled the fight, and I spent four months like in a hard training camp mode, fighting, sparring someone like a style of Roberto Duran. And I had 40 pounds over the kid, like maybe 30. Humble, man. Like, yeah. I knew my place in boxing right then and there. Like I knew that I'm levels way behind, right? And I can only try so hard to catch up. Like I had some dreams of being professional. I tried to join the Air Force to go in there to fight. Holy fuck, this is a great fight that I'm talking over, sharing a story, but to put a bow on it, as CJ says. Yeah, I stepped in there with a kid who was 135 pounds, and he went to work on me. Like, it didn't embarrass me or anything, but I had a completely new understanding of how boxing humbling sparring sessions. But then, you know, I go from sparring him. He's fast as shit, and he can throw a million hooks, and he can switch, and he can throw overhands, and he set me up for traps, and he's doing all of this. And then I fight somebody my size, and the speed difference is like I'm catching them so much easier than they're catching me, because I'm used to fighting somebody that's so quick at 135 pounds, and then I go to someone my size, and the speed difference, like, that's the advantage about sparring smaller fighters, is you can pick up your speed really quickly. Yeah, Anthony Joshua probably wasn't sparring small fighters, man. Like I can't understand why he didn't get Jake Paul out of there. A boxing head of mine told me that Vegas bet the under, right? I think it was 4.5 rounds. So if they went to the 5th, then Vegas would win, because everybody was betting the under. And I would have bet the under too. I would have bet the fucking house on the under. But for whatever reason, Anthony Joshua is missing with these hooks and combinations. They looked like they had snap on him, but like he wasn't adjusting in the fight. He was going with that right hand over the top. So yeah, I say that to say that sparring smaller fighters will pick your speed up, and Roberto Duran beat Sugar Ray Leonard in the first fight. Was that a controversial move?
I don't think so. I don't know. I've watched that fight a million times, and it's really one of those fights where it's I think the more times I've watched it, the clearer the decision is, and it's clear that Duran was the better fighter. But I mean, also it's also informed by the how to say it's informed by like the consciousness of the time. Like he like you remember how they say you have to take it from the champion? That's what he
Yeah.
did in that fight. That's what he got the win because he took it from the champion. It wasn't enough to just like dance around and make it look awkward and make the other guy look bad. It's like he did exactly what you have to do to win in those times.
Mo, you see what Roberto Duran's gonna do right now? He does this like little smirk, like this little shuffle of confidence. I've seen this so many times from Danny. Like he looks like Roberto Duran. Yeah, that little step that he did. I'm gonna pull up.
And what's beautiful about watching Duran footage is you'll see little techniques that you will never see at that level. You will never see him in the sport again.
This loss here was bullshit. Like the referee stopped. It was a very, very bad stoppage. Like I think when you talk about being corrupt, I can pull up this fight and like the Danny standing in the middle of the ring, like just blocking shots. Kid lands one good shot. Danny's still standing like and blocking the shots, and the referee waves it off. Like I 100% can be convinced that the referee was paid off to do that, and that was in like, let's see where it was, in Mexico City. And the kid was 1-2, so Danny had like 15 national titles, legit national titles. Yeah, Manitas is his nickname. I'm gonna pull him up so you guys I can. Here we go. If I can find him on YouTube, I want to show his brother too, Jesus Haro. When I interviewed Jesus Chiquito, because I can get him on. He's got 3 losses. What? I had no idea. Okay. Chiquito had 21 national titles. And he loses his first against a guy that's 0-0 and a draw at the Big Punch Arena in TJ.
Damn.
I know, man. It's like so upsetting. And look what he does after that. But you know who else? I think that happened to Manny Pacquiao, right? And Vasily. Not their first ones, but their first couple of fights, they lost. One of them.
I think Bihab lost his first fight. Actually, his very first fight, I believe he lost.
Yeah.
I think Carlos Monzon lost his first fight too. There's a couple guys like that, and not
So
guys
this
like
is for
Loma.
the
I mean,
WBC
first
Youth
loss was a
World.
fucking title fight, I believe.
Check this out. You see this WBC Youth.
After you get if you do get these kids on, you should ask Marco, see if he wants to get them on too. I know he loves talking to these like young kids.
Yeah.
Even kids in the chat. I don't know if you see him, but he'll have kids in the
You
chat.
said, I gotta take a piss.
14, 15, and they'll bring him like sparring footage and shit, and he'll go over it with the chat. He'll dissect the footage on stream. There's that one kid, Mamoon. There was another kid. I think his name was Tyson something. He's from. Well, one kid was from New Jersey. I think the other kid was from New York or something like that. But yeah. Chat, go back and watch these great fighters. Go watch Duran. Go watch all this fight films. It's out there. Study greats. It'll give you a good perspective on the fights we're watching today.
I don't think Marco would be interested in interviewing, these like random
I
boxing.
think he would. Just ask him. He might. Even if he, or even just pass them their footage and be like, "Hey, look at these kids, bro." Well, I think it's funny. Speaking of the YouTube boxing community, I think it's funny how, for whatever reason, it seems like his channel seems to get a lot more of like actual people, like amateurs or young pros or people that hang out in and around the gyms, as opposed to the other boxing communities.
His Marcos?
Yeah,
Huh.
like fucking 99% of fucking the Boxing Voice listeners are like either overweight truckers or fucking old dudes who just need a podcast to listen to. You know what I'm saying? At least Marco's got his finger on the pulse a little bit, you know. I feel like his audience skews way more younger than most of these YouTube channels.
I think I'm trying to follow this blueprint, like the Boxing Voice and Two Tone and others have, where they get like early access to a fighter and a professional career, and they kind of build their career along with theirs.
I mean,
Not
that's
saying I'm going to
definitely
try
an
to follow that to
avenue.
a T, but I am going to try to build a relationship with some up and coming fighters, because they're accessible to me, man. Like, I'm sparring them. I'm friends with their coaches. Like, I have helped some out before. Like,
That's
with
definitely an avenue. You just got to be careful, bro. You don't want to end up like fucking Johnny. He's like, he hitched himself to the Norman train, and now the Norman train got derailed. So now, you know what I'm saying? He's put in that position where you got to hang out with them when they're down too. You know.
No, yeah, I agree. I don't want to be hitched, but I'll pull up my fighter in another stream. But when I got my fighter at 5 years old, dude, I showed him the footwork, like the fundamentals, 4 days a week for 2 years. You know, and then at 7, 8 years old is when we changed coaches, which my fighter is now with his dad, Chiquito's dad, in Merced. So it's like the perfect case scenario. And then I moved up to the Bay, and I go back and help when I can and corner him when I can. I have pure confidence that my fighter is going to become a world champion. Like, it is just bound by the rules. Like, he has to be. He's got it. His family. He's got the technique. And as a kid, right, I was coaching all of these 40, 60 plus kids. He was the one. Like, you can tell it in his eyes. He never wanted to lose. He had the dog in him since 5 years old. He also had the ability to learn, and he's sort of like he was too aggressive. He was falling over himself all the time. And so I would stop the sparring because he would like run into punches, and and no kid needs to take that. But now he's like 32, 33 amateur fights. He's probably going to have 200 before he turns professional at like 18 years old. I mean, Chiquito, that's what Chiquito had. Chiquito had like 200 fights as an amateur. But
now I have a question for you. Since obviously you work with a lot of these young kids, how realistic is it of these kids, you know, burning out? Like you said, he's starting out at 5 years old. Obviously,
dude, you see it all the time. I seen it with Danny. We're in the sauna together, and like he's getting pushed to do it. And then he felt. Then again, then he wasn't going to go pro, and then all of a sudden he had a resurgence. I think he found it within himself to go pro, but definitely burnout, man. It sucks. No matter how many fights you've been in, it's like still nerve wracking to fight, and it's like this anxious feeling that you can't get rid of, man. When you're like fighting regularly, and the way that they fight, right? Like if they have 200 fights, you're fighting every other weekend, and so burnout definitely exists. And some quit like around 16 years old. A lot of the time, really good fighters quit at 16 years old. Boxing trainers will tell you it's like when they get a girlfriend, it's over. Like, that's what you hear in the niche boxing coach community. You got to be careful around that age. Another thing is too is that these fighters never develop their personality themselves. They don't. They're robots, and they're fed everything by their parents. They hardly ever have to work for things because they're being a prize fighter at 8 years old. Now you see parents and coaches doing the face-offs of fights, of amateur fights. And so they're babying their young amateur fighters, giving them everything they want, dressing them up like adults. And I find that cringe, like to each their own. But to me, I think it's so you're like kind of robbing the child of its childhood. But then at the same time, I live by it, like all or nothing. These kids nowadays are so good, Mo. If you go to a national tournament with me, bro, you will see that 12-year-olds have the style of professionals in a 3-round, 3-minute fight. It'll blow your mind how good the best 12-year-old in the nation is. The best 12-year-old in the nation can probably beat some pros.
Yeah, that's great. That's really troubling to hear that, because it's one thing to make a great athlete and to make a great boxer. It's another thing to make someone who can do that, but then also like grow up to lead the life of a competent, at least semi-healthy adult. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want a bunch of fucking Mike Tysons, or you know what I mean? Like, that's an extreme example, but you get what I'm saying. Like, we see so
No,
many
I got to
of
be
these young
careful with what I
fighters.
say too, because I can definitely say a lot more about some kids that like at 16 years old, they're speaking at the level of a 12-year-old, or 11-year-old. They're finding enjoyment at, like, I don't know, they're taking severe punishment, man. Like sparring that many times, fighting regularly.
Oh yeah, I mean we see it. I mean we see it. We could talk about it in the pros. Like, look at guys like Rolly or Tank or Daniel Dubois. They're good fighters, but it's just they've dedicated so much of themselves and they've left so much of themselves in the gym, where it's like, you can't get mad at the guy because he ain't a motherfucking Einstein. Like, what do you mean he's been boxing for 90% of his life?
Dang, I'm gonna pull this up. This is exactly where I was sparring Danny. Danny's in the black here. Sorry, red headgear and groin protector. This is boxing in the Central Valley right here. Like, gym in the warehouse, hot as fuck in there, bro. Like during the summer, you're losing so much weight because it's hotter than shit. I'm probably this guy's height too, so like you could imagine that this is what it looked. I'm not a southpaw nor that flat-footed. But it's another thing that I learned here at this gym is like Roberto Duran almost never picked up his feet, and that's what I mean about like Danny. Danny almost never picks up his feet too much off of the ground. At this gym, I learned to slide my feet on the canvas, not to pick them up. When I first learned by a coach that said you need to take your like when you creep forward, you need to have your foot like half an inch from the canvas taking these steps. And here it's like they tied my feet to the canvas. They didn't let me lift up off the ground at all. Here's Mexican style hooks and straight punches on the double end bag.
And is he a converted southpaw? Did you say he both?
Yeah.
If he can
Yeah,
fight
he's a
both?
converted southpaw. I mean, that was
Oh,
6 years ago. I'm gonna pull up one of his newer ones. He's a lot better than that. This is him. Okay, this is Chiquito here. If you can see my mouse in the corner, and this is his dad, Jesus Haro, and this is Danny. That's gonna fight. He was Ryan Garcia's sparring partner for Tank. Danny was. And I got to talk to Danny. He said that Ryan Garcia does hit hard as fuck. He confirmed that. He said that he was that Mongolian guy who said that Ryan Garcia's rib was broken before the Tank fight. He said he got some rounds in with him too.
yeah, that whole Tank fight, that shit was such a shit show. I mean, it just goes to show really how dirty of a game boxing was. Like, dude. And now you seen Ryan Garcia saying Dan Goosen was informing on him too.
I don't like that.
Fucking crazy shit. Yeah. I mean, it makes all the sense in the world where you hear those old timey guys they start and end their careers with the same trainers. They go off and fucking seclude themselves in these far off training camps in the middle of nowhere and shit. That's why they have to deal with spies and all manner of fucking shady goings on.
I want to pull this up for an example, Mo, because like this is exactly what I'm talking about. Ryan Garcia at this age is fighting like a professional. Watch these crazy left hooks that he's throwing. I think this is Ryan in the red. And from I think if I'm right, from the rip, you see that? That catches in right there with another hook. That left hook is amazing, bro. I can't like it's so fucking fast. And Marco's right when he says that Ryan Garcia might have one of the best one punches in boxing history. Like that is literally all he's got. But sometimes that's all you need. It's the punch that you don't see coming. This is perfect. Watch this.
And he's not the only one. I mean, look at Joe Frazier, a Hall of Fame career off of fucking left.
Look at that shit. Catches him like anytime he wants. He still has that same style, right? He's no different. I mean, you can watch this and do film study.
If anything, he's eroded. I mean, he looks better here than he was with Rolly. this 16-year-old beats up Rolly.
No, this is special. That left hook is special. So Ryan Garcia has enough experience, I think, to stand in front of Devin Haney's face just enough. Like those are a lot. That resembles a lot of the combinations that he was throwing against Devin Haney. Would you say the way he just did
Definitely.
that flurry that he did? Against Oscar Duarte, I don't know what the hell he was doing, like turning his back.
Yeah, that fucking nasty ass shoulder roll. It's awful.
Yeah, everyone in the crowd knows about this too. They know that Ryan's like number one in the nation. Fuck. How is that not a standing 8 count? And at this point, you have to be an open fighter in order to fight Ryan, because Ryan at this point had probably 100 fights.
Yeah, it troubles me to see how much raw talent, like raw, how much raw talent Ryan Garcia had to start with, and how he's still so crude.
Without headgear and the smaller gloves, these are knockout blows. You know what? I don't know if Ryan did take steroids intentionally. Was he taking something to lose the weight? Like, and then did it happen to have Austrian? Maybe. I don't know what I believe, but I'm kind of upset that it happened. Like, I wish it didn't, because it does kind of erase the win, and everybody's. You can never argue against anyone that it wasn't the steroids. It was the left hook in the first round in the first 30 seconds, or it would have been the 3 pounds that he weighed in overweight, or the mental games that he had leading up to the fight. But yeah, they took that away from Ryan, or he took it away from himself.
I mean, I think the reality is it's just a conflagration of all those things. I think to pretend that it's just one of those is just to serve a narrative. Like, yeah, Devin Haney fought the wrong fight. Steroids or no, he should have outboxed this dude. Like, he's just not. He's just based on purely on skill. Forget the talent, the left hook, all the speed in the world. He should have outboxed the dude clean. You know, he got high on his own supply and he fought the wrong fight. I mean, quite frankly, that fight could have easily gone the other way, and Devin Haney he could have got his ass whooped and still pulled out the decision the way a lot of those rounds were going.
Dude, I thought that
for the same reason, Ryan's just so crude.
Yo, I thought it was gonna be a draw because they took a point away from Ryan, and he lost the rounds that he didn't knock him down, and when they raised Ryan's hand, yeah, that's when you knew he won. You didn't know like 3 knockdowns is not enough.
And the refereeing was absurd. Jesus Christ, man.
And it should have been really 5 knockdowns, or at least 4. One of those Devin Haney like fell onto Ryan.
Yeah, he did the fucking Jake Paul. He fell to his fucking knees. It was fucking disgrace.
But I think I'm gonna wrap it up, Mo. It's like the latest I've stayed up in a minute. I don't have to work tomorrow. I got the next couple of days off, so I'm gonna be going live. If you want to jump on the panel, please do, bro. I love talking boxing. And thanks for coming on.
Yeah, of course, dude. Later, man.
Peace, Mo. Thank you, Rob, the barbarian. Pow, 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 pow. Mo. Good stream. Pretty good stream. I want to have a one-on-one with Mick, the shtick. Oh fuck. Mick was in the back. Fire stream, fellas. Fire stream. My next one, I'm gonna be looking to cover a different topic. Drop a comment if you want to entertain me with anything. Have a good night, everybody.